That you proudly let us hear when our heroes of 16 were executed. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Show your wife how you won medals up in Derry. You murdered 16 men and you'll do the same again. So get out of here and take your bloody army. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lakes of Killashandra. Oh, come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders.
Buckingham Palace announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II.
There it is! Yeah. My God. Here we go. What is going on, my peeps, my chat? How are we? Welcome to the Wednesday stream. What's up? Good to see you, Roshan. We got Gianna, we also got Middle-earth Marxist, we also got Half a Laptop, we got Honko Munko. We got Rembimon. How are we all doing? What's up? Half a Laptop says going to be popping in and out of paying attention, fighting for my life in Blender right now. Yeah, don't you worry about it. Enjoy your work. I'm happy to be the background noise to your creative endeavors. Gianna says, great. That's good news. That's great news. I'm also feeling great. I'm feeling a little drowsy because I just ate like 6 brioche buns from Tesco because went out on a date this afternoon and it ended up being a lot longer than normal. And I didn't eat food since breakfast. So like 5 or 6 o'clock came around and I was like, I gotta have like 6 brioche buns. I just gotta have that. You go to Tesco's and it's like you're too hungry and you make all these bad decisions. Yeah, date was good. It's someone that I've dated before and just not like, you know, just kind of like fell out of speaking to her and yeah. But we've reconnected and it's all good. Yeah. So it's pretty good. Happens to the best of us. Uh-huh. I don't think I had one of those. One of those what? Like a date? Or like someone that you were dating a while ago and then you didn't date? Specifically like what I said. Happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us. Yeah, I went to Tesco and I got like a meal deal. And then I was there and I was like, ooh.
Vagina.
Gianna! Oh my goodness. What the fuck? Gianna with a fucking £20 dono right at the start of the stream. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. We're so close to the goal. Listen, Gianna, I don't want you to donate any more this month. You've absolutely killed it. You've done so much heavy lifting. Gianna, the heavyweight power lifter when it comes to donos out here this month. Yeah? £70 is all we need to hit that goal. Yeah? £70 is all we need to hit that goal. And we can do that with, I think, what is it? 15 £5 donations? So if 15 people this evening, not including Gianna, yeah, donate £5, then boom. We did it. We hit the goal and we unlocked the chat pub quiz stream where I'm going to be holding a pub quiz and chat's going to be doing the answers. That's how it works. Obviously, we might be in a pub. Might be in a pub for that. Hey, Ninny, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. What's up? Remy Mon says, editing this evening. Almost ready to lock in all the edits for the short film we've shot. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, you had dates. Right. Okay, you've had dates. Yeah. You meant the type of bun. A brioche bun. Yeah, okay. Brioche is just like a fluffy kind of bread with like egg on it. You know, like an egg wash kind of texture. It's very, very like sweet. It's like a sweet bread with like, it's got like chocolate chips in it. It's very nice. Very, very nice. But the chocolate chips are like dark chocolate, so it's like, it's not too sweet. It's sweet enough, right? It's sweet enough. I'm pleased to announce that I'm still feeling like okay. I'm not feeling fatigued after going on my run last night. So I think this means that I'm actually like better. So I'm very, very excited about that. It means I'm going to be able to do exercise now more often. And I know for a fact that like I'm not fatigued because the main thing that's stressing me out is my back. For some reason, my back is like fucked after the run. And I think it's just because like my body's not used to me like doing that. Right? It's not used to me like fucking pounding the concrete and going up and down and shit, you know? So that's probably why that is. Yeah, one of them. One of them. Not a date bun. You can have a bun on a date. Or you can have a bun with dates in it. Uh-huh. That's true. You can do that. That's very exciting about the short film, Rembimon. Really exciting. Very nice. Deep Space Nine, watching lots of Deep Space Nine still. That's still happening. That's still good. Where am I up to with Deep Space Nine? I watched the episode last night with the Nagus, the king, I guess, the arch lord of the Ferengi. Date buns sound good. It depends on the type of date to use. Hell yeah. Uh-huh. I'm like a real Trekkie now. It's the prophecy has been fulfilled. And what else did I watch? I watched the one with Odo today, this afternoon, with my date. We were chatting about it and stuff. So, but I was paying attention mostly. So that's really interesting. Like, you know, Odo doesn't know where he's from, does he? He's got no idea where he's from or like what is you know, people are. Rom is the best Ferengi. It kind of is, right? Because he's just like very stupid and doesn't do like, you know, he's not that interested in treachery. Like even when he tries to betray Quark, he just kind of goes like, and he doesn't quite push the button just in time for Odo to show up. It's so funny. Nagus is the chairman of the Ferengi Alliance board. Right, there you go. Yeah. So, how do people get off the USS Defiant from the front when it's docked at Deep Space Nine and there's no airlock at the front of the ship? Surely they just transport in. They got a transporter, don't they? Transporter beam. So everybody gets off, right? The deflector dish lifts up its skirt. There you go. There you go. Yeah, that's how most people like get off spaceships. They do the transport stuff. They get lock on, beam them up, Scotty. Transport on and off the old ship, the old Enterprise, the old Defiant, whatever. Yeah, so I thought the Odo episode was really cool. It was really snide that guy lied to him, but obviously it makes sense that he like lies to him. There is an airlock on the Defiant. What is the Defiant? I don't even know what the Defiant is. Like, what is that? Like, what ship? Whose ship is that? What ship is that? Who's the captain? There is. Yeah, that episode is that guy's kind of cruel. I understand why he lies to Odo, but at the same time, it's like it's really snide, right? Yeah, I'm only on season 1. I'm literally only at the like. Yeah, no, I've not reached that yet. Yeah, you know, when I say I'm watching Deep Space Nine, it means like I'm in progress of watching it, right? The Nagus episode is after that ship's appearance. I mean, look, I'm not the best at paying attention. I might have missed the Defiant. I don't know. I'm on like episode 9 or 10 of season 1. Yeah. You're gonna have a very good time with that series. I'm having a good time already. Like, I love, like, the only character I don't think I've spoken about this on stream, but the only character I don't like is Julian Bashir. Yeah, I don't know why they wrote him like that. He just has like nothing. Like, I don't know anything about him. I just like I feel like what they wanted to do was like have another Riker character that's just like, he's just a sex pervert, but he doesn't have the Riz of Riker. He's got like negative Riz. Julian Bashir, because he's British. Yeah, I guess so. You'll know why eventually. Oh, okay, gotcha. All right, yeah, fine. All right, cool. As long as it gets revealed eventually. But I think that's still a problem, right? I think that's still a problem. Because I don't want to have to wait till like halfway through the series. I think this is why I really enjoyed The Next Generation. Because The Next Generation, they set up all the characters really, really well. Right? In pretty much, it was pretty much like episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and pretty much every single main character, you kind of knew a bit about them, knew like what they wanted, what their values were, and all this kind of stuff, right? And I think that's easier because it's like the Starship scenario, you know, that they're in a starship and it's like there's a bridge and all that stuff. DS9 has a slow burn of character development. Yeah, I'm not. See, the thing is that I find it difficult to get invested in a story if I don't quite know the characters, right? You know what I mean? But I know most of them, so it's okay. I'm still enjoying it. It's just like every time Dr. Bashir shows up, I'm just like, oh, you know. I don't have anything against him. You know what I mean? He's not a horror. He's clearly not a nasty person. But it's just like, it's you again. He's a good doctor. He knows what he's doing, doesn't he? You know? Like, the one bit where I thought we were going to get, like, a glimpse into his character was when he was chatting up that one Bajoran woman. And he's, like, talking about this, like, special mission that he's been on. But actually, he was just talking about doing a medical exam. And I was like, okay, that's kind of funny, but it just makes him it just makes him out to be like an idiot. Like, he's just like still like a nerd. I don't know. He's your average cis male who has no idea how to human properly. Right. He did piss off the major. Frontier medicine. Yeah, no, that's the thing. He's like, he wants to be on Deep Space Nine because he's like, frontier medicine. This is where it all happens. And it's like, I guess like that is the sort of like key to his character, but it's not really expanded on. I don't know. It doesn't feel like that's compounded. Like, they drop that in and they don't really expand on it too much. And, you know, I'm at episode 9, you know? He does some pretty good stuff in that one episode where everyone's got that crazy disease that makes them say words in the wrong order. It's like a Bajoran manufactured disease or whatever. That's quite a good episode, but still it's like, I don't know. It's just, I want more from his character. You'll eventually like his character. Well, now you've sealed the deal. I'm never gonna like him because that's demand avoidance. So there you go. There it is, chat. Roshan learning some new stuff about his new favorite streamer, Donkus Jonkus. Telling me I'll like something, you can guarantee that's never gonna happen. Nah, it's okay. I'm invested. Maybe we'll see. He comes off as a disaster tourist in Emissary, and everyone will hate on him for first viewings. Subsequent viewings, you'll see more going on there. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, if it's a slow burn of character development, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you might like him. You see, this is what everybody enters into the bargaining. Once they realize they fucked up, they enter into the bargaining stage. Nah, it's all good. It's not that deep. He's a character in a TV show, right? You know what I mean? It's fine. I'm enjoying Deep Space Nine, so I'm not about to like stop watching it or whatever. But it's hard. It's hard to. Yeah, I think that's the only character I'm struggling with, right? That's the only character I'm struggling with. Is Dr. Julian Bashir. Like, Cisco's great. Like, Kira's fantastic. I'm just like learning more and more about Kira, like, with every episode. Like, yeah, really, really good. And Odo's fantastic, obviously. Yeah, really, really good. You love sci-fi? What else do I gotta say? Not really much. We're gonna check out a bunch of stuff today, chat. We're gonna check out, like, I found like this fucking ridiculous YouTube channel called Going Global. Anyone know about him? Alexander Siddiq is a babe. Yeah, he's really hot, right? He's really hot. This guy's got like there's a guy here called Going Global, recording life in the 21st century. And he's made like videos saying that he's gone to no-go zones in Birmingham and shit. Inside Britain's highest crime estates. And he's been to Manila. And he's got like a video of him doing 5 grams of magic mushrooms. I spoke to my ancestors with DMT. Oh, dude. Hey, Discrot, how you doing? Welcome in. You know, I was just thinking about you. Like, do you have... Did your partner get the code sorted for the game that she wanted for Crash Bingers? Did you get all that sorted? The Palace, the highest crime rate. It's just the Palace. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It's the city in London. Yeah, it's the financial district in London. Yeah. So we're gonna watch this guy's video about like inside Britain's no-go zones. Then we got a cool video from Politics Joe. It's from Nick Bano. This was suggested to me by Johnny, just Johnny. And he is a guy who doesn't like landlords. Why we need to abolish landlords. Buzz him. Can't wait. She's been very busy. We'll fix it later. Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Just try and double check and make sure that is not like It's definitely, you know, I just can't, I don't know why. Like, I have no idea why that code isn't working. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I've not given it to anyone else. Like, yeah. Give it a go. See what happens. And if it doesn't work, then, like, yeah, whatever. No probs. We'll get her to choose another one. Britain is a massive no-go zone for me. Yep. For real. For real, for real, for real. Hey, Blue Vixen, how are you? Good to see you. Yeah, let's get started. Why not? Why not? I'm feeling very relaxed, so I'm going to be, like, lay back here. I'm going to be leaning back for most of this stream. Is that okay? Wait. Oh. Oh, yeah. All right. This is the shit. This is the shit. Fuck yeah, let's go. All right. Oh. Okay. All right, there we go. Hey, Steph, what's going on? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Everyone say hi, Amy. We're going to be checking out, like, a bunch of stuff today that's going to probably have, like, actual anti-Semitism in. Instead of, like, you know, criticizing Israel. We're going to be looking at the, you know, we're looking at the Plaza stuff. Plaza updates. That's all going to be in Democracy Now! Update. So make sure that you check yourself if you don't want to see anything about the genocide, Islamophobia for this particular bit. And a little bit of transphobia. But tell you what, let's get that bit out of the way first, right? Let's get out of the way first. It's a 22-second clip, so it's not going to take long. But this is Glinner. Sad sack of wet cum. Cold wet cum Glinner. Sat down talking with, like, another TERF or whatever. And apparently he says something incredibly insane in this clip. So let's see what that is.
In some ways, it's good. I believe that during the one of the things that Hitler putting Jewish people into ghettos did was it actually strengthened ties. It actually strengthened religion. It strengthened the feeling of community. And in a way, it's kind of good that we're being reminded that you know, in some ways, it's
Whoa. 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 So, there we go. Graham Linehan there with his absolutely on the finger on the pulse. His finger on the pulse of what was going on in the Holocaust and why what apparently, according to him, what happened in the Holocaust was good, actually. So, there you go. Charismatic void. Yeah. One day. Could we have one day when the TERF Reich doesn't have a completely normal one? Yeah, imagine. Wild. Anyway, all right, that's enough of that. We can actually get rid of those two content warning bits from the content warning thing now. Let's get rid of that. Okay. All right. Let's have a look at the news.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The United Nations has accused Israel of continuing to unlawfully restrict aid into Gaza, despite acknowledgments by the United States that parts of Gaza are already experiencing famine.
Correct to do that.
The Human Rights Office spoke in Geneva Tuesday.
Israel continues to impose unlawful restrictions on the entry and distribution of humanitarian assistance, carry out widespread destruction of civilian infrastructure as well.
This comes as the official death toll in Gaza nears 34,000, including over 14,000 children and 10,000 women. A new report by UN Women finds Israel's assault on Gaza has left more than 19,000 children orphaned. Earlier today, Israel struck a playground and busy market in the Maghazi refugee camp.
A playground. you know, this fucking settler colonial fascist state will like blow up a playground. World leaders everywhere will just be like, you know, what Iran did was so, it was so disproportionate. Like, oh, they just don't like, you know, they didn't deserve it. They didn't deserve it. Could you imagine what would have happened if those rockets hit their targets? Yeah, I can imagine, actually. It would be similar to what Israel has done to Gaza over the last, like, you know, 6 months. It would be a fraction of that, wouldn't it? It would be like a fraction of what has happened. So, you know.
Tension remains high in the Middle East as world leaders urge Israel to show restraint following Iran's recent drone and missile attack. British Foreign Secretary David Cameron has urged Israel to do, quote, as little as possible to escalate tensions with Iran.
Everyone around the world is literally just like, don't do it, dude. Like, don't fucking do it, because you better believe we're not going to get involved. I genuinely think that's what it is. I genuinely think that's what it is. I don't think it's through any kind of, like, you know, Joe Biden or Rishi Sunak or Ursula von der Leyen or Emmanuel Macron or anyone is not wanting to do World War III. I don't think it's because of that. I think it's because, like, they just know that support has gone down so wildly and tensions are not just like what people aren't acknowledging. Well, media in the Imperial Core isn't acknowledging is that tensions in the Imperial Core are high. Like, there are protests happening on a daily basis, a pretty much daily basis. Still, actions being taken. And if anything like this happens, it'll just escalate so much. Like, I think that they are, like, terrified of, like, an actual revolt. I think they're terrified of, like, causing, like, a civil war in Europe and the USA and all that stuff. And they're terrified of it, like, all falling apart. I think, yeah, interesting how it's developing. No Israel, bad Israel, only kill people that can't defend themselves. Yeah. Seen the protests today at Google HQ in New York City. We raided the Twitch channel of those guys last night. What's this? Israel unveils plans to construct settlements in Gaza, backed by staggering investment of US dollars. No. You didn't hear what they said, Roshan. They didn't say don't escalate things in Gaza. They said don't escalate things in Iran, right? So there's a clear difference there, isn't there? So yeah, of course they're wanting to build on Gaza. Of course they're going to do that. We all knew that they're going to do that. But the thing is, what's hilarious though is that, like, how are they going to build in Gaza when, like, Hamas and the resistance are, like, still there, right? Like, we watched a big electronic intifada interview on Monday. Like, I did a big 6-hour fucking stream on Monday, and, like, we watched the electronic intifada do their reporting on what's actually going down, right? Like, the resistance is still popping off. Al-Qassam brigades are still fucking popping off, like, blowing up tanks. They're like super fucking organized, super experienced, super, like, moralized. Like, they are winning the war. If we're going to talk about the actual war between the resistance and the IOF, right? Yeah, if Israel thinks that Hamas made mincemeat of their tanks, what the fuck do they think they're gonna... Yeah, they're literally hunting the IDF, yeah. They're literally doing that shit, right? Like, it's all... I think it's all just posturing. I just think it's all posturing from Netanyahu. He's just lying and lying and lying and lying and lying. If there's one thing that Israeli officials know how to do, it's lie, right? Lie.
President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of provoking Iran by first bombing the Iranian consulate in Damascus, Syria, 2 weeks ago.
It did.
Netanyahu is endangering the lives of both his own citizens and all the peoples in the region to extend his political life.
Fucked up to hear it from ministers.
Fact. The one...
listen. I have to, like, reinforce this. I have to reinforce this. Like, they have been saying this stuff for years. Like, you know, there's a person who isn't in this community anymore for whatever reason. But you know, he disagreed with me when I said this, and it's true because I've been paying attention to this stuff for like a long time, much more of a longer time than a lot of people. And Israel is obsessed with the idea of expanding out into the rest of the Middle East. They're not content with Gaza. They're not content with Palestine as a whole. They want to they want to create this idea of Greater Israel. There have been maps like floating about the internet for years and years and years about what they want to do, how they want to just like expand, you know? Yeah, Germany was on the verge of total victory all the way through its Berlin bunker phase. Yeah. Like, that's what fascists do, right? That's what fascist states do. They just lie. They lie. I think it's going to be a huge surprise to a lot of people when Israel finally falls. I think it is. I think that what's going to happen is, out of nowhere, someday soon, Israel will just go, yeah, shit, we're having to evacuate Tel Aviv, right? We're having to evacuate Tel Aviv. And everybody will be like, whoa, what? What? What's happening? You know? And it'll just happen like that. Because all the sources that are coming out of Israel they're just lying about everything. It will be a shock to the entire world, you know. Inshallah, it happens sooner rather than later, yeah.
Responsible for the tension that made our hearts skip a beat on the night of April 13 is Netanyahu and his government, which is seeing red.
The United Nations Human Rights Office is calling on Israel to stop supporting violent Jewish settlers in the occupied West Bank. In recent days, settlers have killed at least 3 Palestinians and attacked a number of villages.
A lot of people left because they don't want to be enrolled? No. A lot of people left Israel recently because they shat themselves because Iran was sending drones. Like, if you're talking about over this weekend, that's what that was. I don't quite know how it works, but like, as soon as you hit age 18, you have to serve in the IDF. That's how it works in Israel. There is mandatory IDF enrollment, mandatory conscription. Netanyahu will have to say he can't form a government. The House of Cards will collapse. Yeah, they have mandatory conscription. Like, as soon as you hit age 18, and if you refuse, you get put away. You don't get put into like a prison for Palestinian people. You get put into a prison for like Israelis, which is like still a prison, but you know, except for religious reasons, which they wanted that to be removed, apparently. Yeah, but like, which religion? Like, you know, because if you're not Jewish in Israel, like, they'll just put you in prison anyway, like, for no reason. Jewish? No, dude, they don't care about that shit. They won't, bro. It's a Jewish supremacist state. The way that they've like fucking like talked about this whole thing, like if a Jewish person says to the IDF, I don't want to go in the IDF because I don't want to kill people, it's against my religion, brains can't comprehend that, because they're not in their eyes, they're not, like, through all the propaganda they have, they're not like killing people for no reason. They're not doing Sanat Chinam. They're not going against the Talmud or anything like that. They're defending themselves. They're defending the Holy Land from the terrorists. Like, it doesn't fucking work like that. You know, they don't let anyone refuse to serve in the IDF for religious reasons. That's nonsense. They don't do that. You serve or you get put away. That's how it works.
Dozens of homes to the ground.
Like, you have to understand. It is a fascist society. It is a fucking fascist society. Abby Martin did a thing on it recently, yo. Check.
there really is such a diminishing left in Israel. I mean, just look at the genocidal onslaught. Look at the polling. Less than 2% thought that Israel was using too much firepower in Gaza after they obliterated and decimated the entire Gaza Strip. Less than 2%. You go back to the 2014 onslaught.
No, you're not derailing it, Roshan.
Palestinians were killed, 500 children. 95% of Israelis supported that. The open fire policy at this fortified border fence, overwhelming majority, over 90% of Israelis support that. There were some Israeli human rights advocates that tried to take that policy to the Knesset, and it was overwhelmingly, unanimously upheld. That no, we can shoot to kill unarmed people who are just straying too close to this border fence that essentially just prevents them from getting back to their ancestral lands.
Like they do not give a fuck. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, you know, I think that some people are under the impression that there is some kind of like liberal section of Israel that's really unhappy with what's going on in Gaza. Like, if you've seen reports about protests in Israel against Netanyahu, it's not because he's bombing the fuck out of Gaza, right? It's not because of that. It's because he's not doing it fast enough, or he is like not actually, like, they know that they're not actually winning against Hamas, and they want to be able to win against Hamas and get the hostages home and stuff like that. It's all these different things, right? There is no, it is such a diminishing, like the people who are left wing. I dated a left wing Israeli. Like, she came to fucking UK for, you know, asylum, basically. Like, she didn't call it asylum because Israelis have the right to, like, you know, leave Israel, go back there if they want, whatever. But she had to serve in the IDF. No, she didn't serve in the IDF. She went to prison. And she was like, yeah, you just gotta like go to prison for 6 months at the least if you refuse to serve. And it sucks. Do you know what I mean? She was like, yeah, it's the worst thing ever. You know, it's like coming here for asylum, innit? You know what I mean? It's kind of similar. Yeah, it's nuts. It's just fucking nuts, man. Anyway, so there you go. They don't let people just like not serve.
Human Rights Watch has accused Israeli military forces of either taking part in the attacks or failing to protect Palestinians from the settlers. Meanwhile, The Guardian's revealed Israel's been speeding up plans over the past 6 months to build thousands of housing units in new illegal settlements in East Jerusalem. At least 9 workers at Google were arrested Tuesday after staging sit-ins at the company's offices here in New York City and in Sunnyvale,
we raided them last night on Twitch.
CEO's office to protest Project Nimbus, a $1.2 billion contract to provide cloud computing services to the Israeli government and military. Iman Hassim is a Google software engineer in Sunnyvale.
We demand that Google drop Project Nimbus, the $1.2 billion contract between them and Israel. We demand that Google protect their Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian worker voices from harassment, retaliation, suppression. And we demand that Google recognize Project Nimbus as a workplace safety and health concern.
Pitsy says there was a religious arm of the Jewish folk called Haredi that were exempt until recently. Right, you're talking about Haredim. Like, you know, if you... Okay, let me show you. Like, this was February this year. And it's like... Like, look, kids. Fucking kids.
They want us to go to the Israeli army. For that, it means to us, they don't want us to be religious. Therefore, we prefer to die and not to go to the army.
Oh, wait, you mean... Wait, hang on, what? They were exempt until recently? No way. No fucking way, dude. Plan to end ultra-Orthodox students' military exemption sparks row in Israel. For years, Haredi men have been allowed to continue Torah study, but proposal could force them to enlist. Oh, no way, dude. Mandatory army service, decades-banned exemption for ultra-Orthodox Jews. Intra-religious tension that in part led to Israel's parliament last week to dissolve itself and hold a fresh election 7 weeks after the last one. When's this article from, dude? 4 years old? The one you found is from March 26th. Yeah, but it references this. Envisages ultra-Orthodox battalions in the IDF, but does not set annual quota for the enlistment of Haredi men. The bill has ignited a contentious debate in Israel at a cabinet meeting to discuss it. Right, okay. So, you know, what you're referring to here is like, these are Orthodox Jews, and they represent like, I don't know, 10% of the population of Israel, right? And they mostly live in Jerusalem. And when I say Jerusalem, I don't mean like, you know, just on the Jewish side. They live all in every part of Jerusalem, like the Palestinian side, the Jewish side, the fucking Armenian side, etc., etc. You know, it's one of those, man. It's like, and these lads are fucking like, you know, actually properly observing the Talmud and observing the Torah and shit like that. If you're talking like, yeah, because like, you know, just saying Jewish is like, in Israel, being Jewish is like, it's being Zionist, right? You know what I mean? And also, just because they don't want to join the IDF doesn't mean they're not pro-killing Palestinians, yeah. Yeah, the 10% of Orthodox Jewish people who properly observe the Talmud, properly observe the Torah, and they say, I don't want to kill, you know, I don't want to kill for whatever. It doesn't mean that they're like against colonizing Israel, right? You know? And you know, they will put these guys in prison too. Not for refusing military service. Like, they will just put them in prison because they're a police state. They're a fascist state. You know what I mean? Excuse me. So there you go.
We'll have more on Google later in the show, with 2 of those Google workers arrested. In other protest news, students at Columbia University and Barnard College have set up dozens of tents on campus to create what they're calling a Gaza solidarity encampment. This is Isra Hirsi, a student at Barnard, who's the daughter of Congressmember Ilhan Omar.
Hello, I am a organizer with CU Apartheid Divest. Today we have over 100+ people who have come together to form the Gaza Solidarity Encampment. Today we are calling for divestment, we are calling for amnesty for suspended students, as well as transparency from Columbia University on what they invest in.
The president of Columbia University is testifying before Congress today. The first 7 jurors have been selected in Donald Trump's hush money criminal trial. Jury selections expected to continue on Thursday. Opening arguments could begin as soon as Monday. Judge Juan Merchan has admonished the former president for intimidating jurors after Trump was heard muttering something under his breath during jury selection.
What? What?
Continue on Thursday. Opening arguments could begin as soon as Monday. Judge Juan Merchan has admonished the former president for intimidating jurors after Trump was heard muttering something under his breath during jury selection.
It was probably something to the effect of, "I'm going to put you in prison forever when I get elected president," right? It was probably something like, "You just wait till I get elected, pal. You motherfuckers just wait until I'm in office. You won't be getting away with that. I don't think so." You know.
On Tuesday, Trump reportedly fell asleep during the proceedings for a second day in a row. Trump's charged with 34
He's falling asleep.
felony counts of false.
Yeah, is he falling asleep though, or is it an act? Like, this is what I want to know. Yeah. To be fair, he's old. No, dude. No, don't start with these like defenses of Donald Trump. No, he's old. Like, shut up. Like, I can't. Stop it. You think that this fucker wouldn't fake falling asleep? You think that this fucker would not fake falling asleep for the fucking content? Do you know what I mean? He does the under the chin slice motion towards the jury. Yeah, he's just like fucking, you know. I don't believe for a fucking second, like, he just, like, fell asleep because he's an old guy. I think he's, like, he's doing it for the content, yeah? He's doing it for the content. Feel so sorry for the lawyers having to deal with Trump. I don't. I think they're fucking sharks. I think fucking lawyers are all cops. Fuck them. The only lawyers that aren't cops are, like, you know, defense lawyers, right? Defense lawyers of, like, well, this guy's a defense lawyer. You know what I mean? Like, trying to stop people from, like, working class people from going to jail, you know?
Business records to hide $130,000.
Not interested in feeling sorry for a group of people who made it their thing. Like, you can refuse to represent a guy. Do you know what I mean? You can refuse. You don't have to do it, right?
Payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 election. The U.S. Supreme Court's weighing whether the Justice Department has improperly used a federal obstruction law to charge more than 350 people involved in the January 6th insurrection.
It's doing what?
Whether the Justice Department has improperly used a federal obstruction law to charge more than 350 people involved in the January 6th insurrection. Several justices appeared skeptical of the DOJ's reasoning during oral arguments Tuesday. This is Justice Clarence Thomas.
There have been many violent protests that have interfered with
this picture, dude. This picture, I'm sure the tech guys, the tech guys at Democracy Now! Were like, let's find that one picture where he's just looking like he hates everyone. Yeah.
Proceedings. Has the government applied this provision to other protests in the past, and has this...
More lawyers should teach about jury nullification. That way they won't be allowed to be lawyers anymore. Hell yeah.
...of the statute.
Justice Thomas has refused to recuse himself from cases related...
No, that's exactly what I'm saying, Discra. That's exactly what I'm saying about Trump falling asleep. He might be pretending to fall asleep to seem weak and innocent or not worried. Like, that's just how, like, absolutely fucking just... image cult of personality brained he is.
Related to the January 6th insurrection, even though his wife, Ginny Thomas, attended Trump's Stop the Steal rally on the Eclipse just before Trump supporters attacked the Capitol. The Supreme Court's decision could also impact...
Wait, what? On the Eclipse?
Ginny Thomas attended Trump's Stop the Steal rally on the Eclipse just...
On the Eclipse? That's gotta be... What's the Eclipse? Is that like a place? in Washington, D.C. Right, it's a place. No, wait, what? The Ellipse. The Ellipse. It's an oval lawn in President's Park. Right, it's the Ellipse. That's what she meant to say. Yeah, she misspoke.
Before Trump supporters attacked the Capitol. The Supreme Court's decision could also impact the prosecution of Donald Trump, who faces 4 counts under the law, which was passed after the Enron scandal. The possible extradition of imprisoned WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange to the United States has edged a step closer. On Tuesday, the Biden administration provided assurances to the British High Court that Assange would not face the death penalty and that his First Amendment rights would be protected if he were to be extradited from Britain, where he's been locked up for years.
I don't know about that.
Stella slammed the U.S. response, saying, quote, "The diplomatic note does nothing to relieve our family's extreme distress about his future, his grim expectation of spending the rest of his life in isolation in U.S. prison for publishing award-winning journalism," she said. In news from India, security forces have killed 29 Maoist rebels in the central state of Chhattisgarh.
Maoist rebels?
Just days before India's national elections begin. It was one of the deadliest attacks on the Naxalite movement in years.
Hey, Fatomsh, how's it going? I hope Assange doesn't end up in Epstein's old cell. Yeah, you know he would, though. You know he would. Oh, it's a failed democracy now? The fucking Weasel Words said he could try and be protected by US laws. No guarantee they'd actually protect him. Yeah, Amy doesn't do that great sometimes, yeah. Or, well, it's not really Amy, is it? It's the writers at Democracy Now! Let's take a look at who these guys are. Naxalites. Naxalite Maoist insurgency. Why did I not know about this? Chat, you know when I say the mainstream media does not want you to know about the revolutions that are going on all over the world in the imperial periphery. And here I am learning right here this second that there is a Naxalite Maoist insurgency that's been going on in India for nearly 8 years. What's going on? What? Look at this. Look at this. Dude, this is nuts. This is nuts. This is nuts. What is going on, dog? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Well, it's been going on for fucking 56 years, apparently. 56 years! So, out here near Raipur, India's always trying to bury this. The government censorship is full-blown. Yo, this is nuts, dude. This is nuts. Yeah, it's been more than 8 years. It's been 56 years. History. Naxalites are a group of far-left radical communists based, supportive of Maoist political sentiment based. Their origin can be traced to the splitting in 1967 of the Communist Party of India to the formation of the Communist Party of India Marxist-Leninist. The movement had seen its center in West Bengal. In years, it spread into less developed areas of rural central and eastern India, such as Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh, through activities of underground groups like the Communist Party of India, Maoist, Dalits, and lower caste members have also joined the militant movement based. What the fuck? In 2007, it was estimated that Naxalites were active across half of India's 29 states, which accounted for about 40% of India's geographical area. Even the follow. The area under their control was known as the Red Corridor. According to estimates, they influenced over 92,000 square kilometers. In 2009, Naxalites were active across approximately 180 districts in 10 states. In 2010, Karnataka was removed from the list of Naxal-affected states. In 2011, the number of Naxal-affected states were reduced to 83 districts across 9 states. Okay. This is nuts. This is fucking nuts, dude. It went in a slow decline due to the all-out Operation Green Hunt by the Indian state. The death toll and violence increased during the brief fight back by the Naxals during 2009-2010. Since then, LWE has been consistently declining its geographical spread, cadre strength, and number of violent incidents, while the government infrastructure development has picked up the pace. The insurgency started in 1967 in Naxalbari village of West Bengal, a radical faction of CPIM led by Charu Majumdar, Kanu Sanyal, Jangal Santhal. This is wild, man. I'm just learning all this shit right now. Mental. So obviously they've suffered like mad defeats. Like, look how big it was back in the day, dude. In 2007. In 2007. Oh my god, dude. Severely affected. I look how they're like severely affected like it's a disease. It's like, no, dude, this is the fucking revolution. What are you talking about? My god. It's wild, man. That's fucking wild. And it's kind of reduced now. It's just kind of in Hyderabad. Communist Party made illegal in the current nationalist. Yeah, Modi's like definitely trying to fucking stop these guys, right? I realized after typing that I might not have the right to say that. Yeah. Low caste does not mean like working class. Low caste means like, it's like, you know, a leftover of colonialism in India is like skin color hierarchy, and in India, like the lower caste is like the more dark skinned people are, right? So yeah, if you wouldn't be fellow lower caste even remotely if you're white. You'd be the opposite. But you know, the sentiment of what you're saying, right? The sentiment of what you're saying is true. Like, you know, you show solidarity with the lower caste because they're oppressed, right? So you know, the sentiment makes sense. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Well, there you fucking go, man. But let's take a look at this, right? I thought there was more to it than skin color. Yeah, there's also like religious, also hi Val, welcome in. Yeah, there's also, oh, I've not even said hi to Queen Pib. Queen Pib, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Also, please go follow Queen Pib. And Val, how are you doing? Yeah, there's more to it than skin color. It's not quite that. It does tend to default to skin color from what I know. Because that's the most like obvious thing about a person, but it's also religion. Obviously, like Muslims are targeted. There's a lot of Islamophobia in India. Like Hindus are seen as like the what do you call it? Like the best religion kind of thing. Class as well. If you're born poor, you must stay poor until death. Yeah. It's complex. Hey, Ikid Trunks. I noticed Roshan is like gone quiet, and he's probably like, I don't know if he's still in the stream, but he's probably like listening to like this fucking white guy just learning shit about his country and just going like, you don't know shit, dog. So I apologize if I got anything wrong, but that's what I know about. That's about the long and short of it from what I know. Hey, Mr. Dank, what's up?
Republican Congressmember Thomas Massie of Kentucky has joined Congressmember Marjorie Taylor Greene's bid to oust Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson. Massie made the announcement a day after Johnson unveiled a plan to advance separate bills to send aid to Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. Meanwhile, House Republicans have finally sent articles of impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to the Senate.
Critical support to these weirdos.
Maine's become the latest state to join the national
critical fucking support to Jewish space lasers. Fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene for wanting to stop the Israel aid package.
Vote compact, which could
also, yeah, I hope they do this. It would like fuck up the party, right? Yeah, that would also be good.
transform the way presidents are elected in the United
Go
States.
Leopards!
16 states and Washington, D.C. have now pledged to award their combined 209 electoral votes to the presidential candidate who wins the nationwide popular vote. The compact will only go into effect once supporters of the compact control at least 270 votes. Support for the National Popular Vote Compact has grown in recent years after both George W. Bush and Donald Trump were elected president despite losing the popular vote.
I need to hear that again. Maine has joined.
Has become the latest state to join the National Popular Vote Compact, which could transform the way presidents are elected in the United States. 16 states and Washington, D.C. have now pledged to award their combined 209 electoral votes to the presidential candidate who wins the nationwide popular vote.
209 votes. So what is how much will this change? What is how many electoral college votes are there in general? $265 are needed to win. So 209 is quite a lot, right? Racist white landowners in the South have less power. Yeah, it feels like it, right? Feels like this is a good thing. Hey, Thora, what's going on? Good to see you.
The compact will only go into effect once supporters of the compact control...
Oh, okay, so here we go. Maine has 11. Texas has got like 40. See, this is how it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Is it based on population? Because if you look at this map that attempts to describe it on Wikipedia, this is just nuts, right? Because it's like, okay, it must be to do with population. It has to be, because California's obviously got a load of people in it, and so is Florida, and so is New York, Pennsylvania. Kind of sort of tied to population. What just strikes me as so bizarre is that you got what are these two here? Arizona and New Mexico? You got Arizona and New Mexico here, and I think they're both Arizona population. They got 7 million in Arizona. New Mexico population. Oh, okay, no, it's significantly lower in New Mexico. Okay, all right. So I think it makes sense, yeah. In the more population you have, the worse your representation gets. Wait, what? It's tied to districts, not population. Oh. Hey, Jessica C. It's based on the number of senators and representatives, not always indicative of population, but it can be. So that's why it's not good. Yeah. All right, okay, I'm learning. Nevada 6 is highly accurate when you figure 90% of the place either lives in the South or the North, yeah. Yeah, it's just a massive bit of land that has Vegas or Reno. All right, interesting. So Maine's got 11 electoral college votes, and it's gone all right. A bunch of states have come together and decided we're going to combine our votes. Poor people who have to live in dense cities get less power, right? Okay, interesting. I know it doesn't make sense. That's the US for you. Hey, listen, Jessica, I live in fucking Britain. You don't need full solidarity to US denizens whose political party voting system doesn't make sense. Because I know for certain ours doesn't fucking make sense. You best believe it.
At least 270 votes. Support for the National Popular Vote Compact has grown in recent years after both George W. Bush and Donald Trump were elected president despite losing.
Yeah, we got first past the post too, yeah.
In California, a former U.S. Marine has been sentenced to 9 years in prison for firebombing a Planned Parenthood clinic in Costa Mesa in 2022.
Oh, I remember
Terrence
this.
Brannon pleaded guilty in November. He admitted he'd...
Who is he? California former U.S. Marine. God damn it, dude.
Also planned to attack a second Planned Parenthood clinic and an LGBTQ pride celebration at Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles. 2 other people involved have also pleaded guilty and will be sentenced in May.
This fucking moonshine-ass Molotov cocktail. Fuck me, man.
In a major win for LGBTQ rights advocates, a federal appeals court has blocked West Virginia's measure banning transgender children and youth from participating in public school and college sports.
Let's go.
The ruling stemmed from a case involving 13-year-old Becky Pepper Jackson, a trans athlete who's been challenging what...
I'm sorry, that name is so good. Becky Pepper Jackson. That goes so hard, actually.
West Virginia's ban since 2021. Meanwhile, the U.S. Supreme Court is allowing Idaho to enforce its ban on gender-affirming care for transgender youth, while lawsuits over the measure are heard in lower courts. Under the law, physicians in Idaho face up to 10 years in prison for providing hormones, puberty blockers, or other gender-affirming care to trans children under the
age. Just one girl and all the transphobes in West Virginia lost it.
Age of 18. And here in New York, 2 police officers involved in the fatal shooting of Kowalski Trawick in 2019 will not face internal discipline. New York's police commissioner, Edward Caban, said officers Brendan Thompson and Herbert Davis, quote, acted within the law when they entered Trawick's Bronx apartment, and Officer Thompson, who's white, shot him 4 times. Trawick, who was 32, an aspiring dancer, had a history of mental illness and was living in special housing when he called 911. The 2 officers found Trawick holding a knife as he repeatedly told them he was cooking and asked why the officers were inside his home.
Fuck cops, man.
The full incident lasted less than 2 minutes. The officers did not face criminal charges. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now! Democracy.
Even that Republican governor was like, bro, this is to screw over 4 kids. You people are nuts, and they had to veto him. Oh, my God.
.org, the War and Peace Report.
All right, Amy. Thank you very much. That was Amy. Big Amy with the big headlines. Let's go. Time to take a look at this fucking racist fuck. So this is a video from this channel called Going Global. That's what it's called. Let's read the description of this video, shall we? For years, there have been rumors of no-go zones for white people in Birmingham. Some even speak of patrols to keep people out after dark. It seems hard to believe, probably because it isn't true. But there are rumors that resurface every few years. I went to the city to find out for myself. No-go zones aren't just racial or religiously divided areas. For many high-crime areas are no-go zones. Areas where groups of aggressive-looking men deal drugs, and women offering their services on street corners are probably not the place for kids to be roaming around. Also, I was supposed to say Europe, not Germany. When? What are you talking about? What the fuck are you on about, bro? What are you talking about? So this was a video that came out last month, March 17th. He starts off this video with a shot of a First World War memorial. To the immortal memory of the heroic dead, this stone was laid by His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, June 12th, 1923. No way, dude. Wait. That can't be... No, it's not Birmingham, Alabama, no. Yes, like all things, you Americans stole your names from the UK. No, it's not true. You were all British and you went over there and you stole land and... Yeah. Prince of Wales, Edward, that guy? Alright, I was going to say, it can't be Charles. Like, what? He wasn't even an embryo in 1923, was he? Anyway. Alright. Let's check this video out.
Of the 150,000 men from Birmingham who would answer the call to arms during the First World War.
Oh, man. I already know. Like, look at this guy's, like, fresh clothes, his fresh hat. Like, he fucking, look how much dough he's got, man. already straight away, every single one of these cunts is so rich. I hate these fucking cunts. I fucking hate them. They're rich. They're fucking racist. They never have to fucking do a proper fucking day's work in their life. Over 15 million men in Birmingham who would answer the call to arms during the First World War.
Over 12,000 of them would perish on the battlefields of Germany and further afield. Many more thousands would return home injured and scarred and have life-changing memories.
Right, what's that got to do with anything, Doug?
Every November we get together as a nation and we repeat, at the going down of the sun and in the morning we shall remember them. And then we make a promise to...
What? What is he talking about? We get together as a nation. Okay, no we don't, because I don't do this, by the way.
We repeat, at the going down of the sun and in the morning we shall remember them. And then
I've never done that. I've lived here for like fucking 34 years. 34 years I've been alive. I've been in this godforsaken shithole. And my man is out here like a nation. Yeah? As a nation, we all say the same thing. And the sun in the morning. I've never heard this before, by the way. I've never heard that phrase in my life. Specifically, he does this with his one friend who is his dad. Yes, I will put my flat cap on. I will. Oh my god, chat, I've just remembered. I think I've got to feed Tom. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I gotta go feed the boy.
X-Tal is gone. All information has been acquired, and the damage in general has been minimum. But at this moment, an unknown token has been initiated on the global information system.
Tom, when his dinner is late. Yeah, he's very angry. Very angry with me. Consider the boys feeding, yeah. Because you completely forget you shouldn't be glorifying the march into war, but remembering the utter bullshit waste, and the leaders should be stopped from ever doing it again, but no one ever says that part. True! We're 23 seconds into this video, and this guy has already outed himself as being a fucking racist, right? A fucking weirdo, patriot, flag shagger. Look how clean and fresh this hat is, dude. Look at this fucking, like, posh ass, like, I've seen these coats before. Who does these coats? I've seen people in these coats before, innit? Hello, what's all this then? What's up, Joe? Good to see you. How are you? Who does these coats? Like, don't get me wrong, they look like a good coat, and if I can afford one, I'll get one, but come on, man, straight up.
And we make a promise to ensure that those sacrifices will not be forgotten. Well, those words seem to be getting emptier and emptier for many people in the UK. The country and the values that these men died for no longer exist and have been dismantled day by day. In Birmingham, only 45% of the population are white British, and there are rumours that there are ghettoised areas and no-go zones where the indigenous people cannot venture to.
Indigenous people mentioned. Indigenous Brummies mentioned. Don't talk to me about indigenous people, bro. Don't talk to me about indigenous people, man. I dare this cunt to go to a fucking reservation, yeah? In fact, no, I wouldn't wish that on any native people in the USA. I wouldn't. But could you imagine? Could you imagine if this fucker like went to a fucking reservation in the USA and started going on about fucking indigenous British people, like, shut up, dude. My God. Hey, Doggy the Anarchist, what's going on? I'm here with no context, a bit confused, but I'm digging the vibe. Yeah. We're watching this fucking loser idiot talk about how apparently, like, there are no-go zones in Britain.
Now, like every major city in the world, organised crime is rife here. And some of the estates in Birmingham are some of the most dangerous and violent in the country. Well, today, we're going to venture...
Source? Hey, Crystal, how's it going? Interesting that the posh that won't admit a uniform is exactly the same in Chicago, but the accent is different, yeah.
...to some of them estates, and we're going to find out for ourselves if there really are no-go zones for the indigenous people.
Bro... If he says indigenous one more time, I'm going to throw this monitor out the window. I'm going to throw this fucking monitor out the window, dude.
Welcome to Birmingham.
So, like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. He started off by showing us... Let's have a look at this thing, right? This pristine plaque. It's a pristine plaque.
Of the 100
on like a pure, like, it, you know, there's no mold on this building. It gets you know, maintained every 6 months. Yeah, people's tax money goes to like polishing this monument, making sure that it doesn't look like gross and like starts to like degrade and all that. And my man's like, there are no-go zones for the indigenous people of Britain. You know? There are no-go zones at the Britain. What the fuck are you on about, man? The US fascists tried to make a documentary on that in Sweden too. I heard about that. That guy. Oh, what's that fucking guy's name? Isn't his actual name something like Edward in Sweden or whatever? Yeah, which indigenous people? Fucking shut up, you little fucking bell end. You little fucking bell sniff. No, it's not Tim Pool. There's like a guy, it was years ago. He was called like John from Sweden or John Sweden or something, and he went to Sweden. Peter Sweden, thank you. Peter Sweden. Yes, that's right. He went to Sweden to try and be like, yeah, look at all these no-go zones, and was like asking people questions in Sweden. Like, I think he went to Stockholm and was like, oh, what do you think about all the Muslims? And they were just like, what are you doing? We're just having a pizza. Hurdy-gurdy. There's us and there's them. Birmingham Local 2024. There's us and there's them. Birmingham Local 2024. Yeah, man. What a quote. What a quote. What a quote. Can we talk extensively about the thing he's written here? This is great. This is great. I agree. They should only let Irish, Welsh, and Scottish people in these no-go zones. Damn. Well, you say that, but that kind of like, he would enjoy that, wouldn't he? Because he would claim that like all white people in Britain are descended from Irish, Scottish, and Welsh, and would be like, get rid of them foreigners. You know? He'd love that, wouldn't he?
Right, we're going to walk into the city now. We're going to walk through the city centre. And
bro, you're in the city. What are you on about? You're in the city.
Well, our first area of the city called Allen Rock. Now, if you check out Allen Rock, or if you Google it, all the headlines are about crime. They're about shootings and stabbings and armed robberies and drugs busts. But there's also...
Allen Rock? It's just coming up with stuff about, like, Devon. What? What? I did what you said, bro. I did what you said. That's Devon, dude. What are you on about? Alan's Rock. What is he on about? Alan Rock. Alan? Like A-L-A-N? Alan Rock. I ain't finding it, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Did he say that?
Shootings and stabbing. If you Google it, first area of the city called Alan Rock. Now, if you...
Alan Rock. He's trying to talk so much like a not posh person that it's impossible to decipher what he's actually saying. I wish he'd go somewhere actually dangerous. He'd shit himself. Yeah. Alien Rock. Who knows what he's actually saying? Hopefully he'll like show a sign.
If you check out Alan
or
Rock,
something.
if you Google it,
hey Vord.
All the headlines are about crime. They're about shootings and stabbings and armed robberies and drugs busts.
Wow, dude, you've identified that the mainstream media likes to sensationalize stories about crime in order to make people like you terrified of going outside and embolden your racistness. Wow, cool analysis, Doug.
But there's also a high street down there, which I want to venture to. So, without further ado, let's get into it.
Without further ado, like, where are you from, bro? What? Without further ado... What is he on about, bro? Just like filming statues, like... This is so scary, bro. I'm shitting myself. This looks so scary. I think this is actually me doing a bit. Without any... Like, it's like listening to like an American putting on a British accent, innit? Yeah, this is looking so scary. I'm terrified. This looks like such a... Like, there are so many not white people here. Like, look, that guy's not white. That person's not white. That person's not white. That person's not white. That person's not white. Oh, there's so many not white people, dude. White. 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 Bro. White. Like... Shut up, man. Damn, it looks fucking normal as fuck. Oh, this no-go zone looks so, like, normal, bro. And clean. By the way, chat, I've had £20 in donos today so far. Let's try and get another £20. Yeah, let's try and get another £20, and then maybe we can have a little bit of this. There he is, look. Look at him there. Baby boy! What's this? Small baby boy. Think about that, chat. 4 £5 donos. That's all it'd take. Yep. Baby boy! That poor little journalist boy. He's going in with no security. I know. How brave. What a brave guy. This can't be where he's talking about. This can't be where he's talking about, right? Can't be. Can't be where... It can't be the area that he's talking about. Because if it is, this is such a joke. This is the city centre, right? Yeah. Adderley Park.
It's like a 2-minute journey, literally.
Alum Rock. A-L-U-M Rock. All right, let's do what he said. Alum Rock. If you go to Alum Rock, Birmingham, it's an inner city suburb, right? Okay. Excuse me. He says all the headlines are about shootings, stabbings. I haven't seen one yet. I'm scrolling. Where does Tom go when he's not on screen? Is he okay? There's only one way to know that, Joe, and that's donate. That's give me money. That's give me money, and you can have the boy, yeah? I'm holding him hostage. That's how it works. I love that station. I've been there. There's only one thing that comes up, yeah? About, oh, okay, so Birmingham Live. Drive-by shooter. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Alum Rock. Birmingham's worst streets for parking fines mapped everywhere. Right, okay, well, that's about parking fines. The knife incidents that have left 6 stabbed and 1 dead mapped. Police patrols during Chandrat in Birmingham as mosques encourage Muslims to enjoy safe event. Okay, that's not that scary. More than 1,000 tickets issued and cars moved on since start of Ramadan crackdown. Ramadan crackdown. Man hit by car and stabbed in busy main road. All right. 5 children, 2 adults rush to hospital after blaze breaks out in Alum Rock home. Well, that's just a fire. Drive-by shooter on tag fired submachine gun at man in execution attempt, court told. This is like...
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Bloody hell, I can't go without Tom Cam.
Queen Pip, thank you so much for the £10. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Just need another £10. Another £10. And then we can see Tom. That's 2 £5 donos. Can we do it, chat? That's the question. Oh, Gianna!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Okay, Gianna. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. I told you, yeah? I told you earlier. I don't want to see any more donos from you this month. Yeah? That one doesn't count. It doesn't count. That's £10. £10 is coming off the monthly dono goal. Yeah? Coming off the monthly dono goal. Gianna has done so much heavy lifting for the chat. That doesn't go towards it. That doesn't go towards it. No, I'm sorry. It's not allowed. No. I need other people. I can't just have like Gianna do the entire donations this entire month. Gianna has literally donated like £250 this month. Steph, let's go! Steph, thank you for the 1312. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Look at him, there he is. Baby boy. He's looking at me like I am a fucking idiot. Like, you see that right there? That's him looking at me. That's him looking at me. He's like, what are you doing, dude? Oh, God. Incredible. He's a little man, isn't he? Little man. Baby boy. I love you, baby boy. I love you, baby boy. Okay. Precious baby. Thank you so much, everyone, for subbing up Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I really appreciate it. I tell you what. It's been a long time since we had an unofficial hype train, hasn't it? We just got 3 donos in a row. Let's watch some. Let's watch a music video together. Let's have some music, yeah? We're about to embark on this like stupid fucking racists video, yeah? This stupid fucking racists video. Let's listen to some music together. I've been waiting to do this for like a long time. Let's see if I can find the tune. I think it's this tune. Yeah, there you go. All right, chat. Let's enjoy some music together. Yeah? Let's enjoy some music together. VOD watchers, I gotta say goodbye to you. You're back in. What's going on? Welcome in. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the donos. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. We are so close to the goal, chat. We need like, what is that? £37? £27? Yeah? £27? Don't hass mods me. Yeah? Of course I can't dance like that. Anyway, all right, let's get back to this. Let's get back to this fucking clown's video, yo. He learned, but the teacher became the master. It's true. That's how it works. Now Tom's going to be the teacher, isn't he? That's right. Okay. All right. Yeah, £27. Yeah, clip that, send it to 27 Club. Anyway, let's get back to this fucking nonsense. Hey, Lexi. No worries. How you doing?
But as I was getting off, the bloke that was sat opposite me, he just whispered to me, just be careful around there. Told him where I was going.
No, he didn't. He didn't, though, did he? He didn't do that, did he? Let's just hear what he's got to say again.
It's like a 2-minute journey, literally. But as I was getting off, the bloke that was sat opposite me, he just whispered to me, just be careful around there. Told him where I was going.
Didn't, though, did he? He didn't. And that guy sat opposite you. Bloke sat opposite you. Yeah? He wasn't sat opposite you, was he? He wasn't sat opposite you, was he? Because if you look back at the footage of him on the train, he's on the train, isn't he? And you can see in his reflection here that he's facing the backs of some seats, isn't he? Isn't he? Look, you can see in the reflection he's facing, if he's actually like facing anything opposite, it's the rear of some other train seats, isn't it? That's what he's facing. So not only did that bloke not exist, but also he wasn't facing anyone opposite. That's just easily debunkable, provable fact right there. The train third class seating. And also, he was filming the entire journey. If it was a 2-minute journey and he had his camera out the whole time, then he would have been filming, wasn't he? Because he was filming when he was on the train. And if it was 2 minutes, then surely he didn't just hold his camera out for 30 seconds if he knew it was going to be a 2-minute journey, because his camera's also on when he gets off the train, isn't it? So why didn't he show the footage of the man who was supposedly opposite? Okay, you get the point. He doesn't exist. You get the point. He doesn't exist. You get the point. He doesn't exist. He made him up. It's not true.
Literally. But as I was getting off, the bloke that was sat opposite me, he just whispered to me, just be careful around there. Told him where I was going. He said, yeah, just keep your head down. Be careful. So,
even if it did happen, I was on a bus in Vegas. We all joked that we weren't getting off at Circus because we didn't want to get shivved by a clown. Doesn't mean that it was actually going to happen. Right, exactly. Just because, like, let's say it did happen. Yeah, let's say it did happen. All that happened is you met another racist guy. Yeah, you just met another racist guy. You know?
I know it's only early in the day, so hopefully there's not many people about causing trouble, but it did put me a little bit of the shits into me. Anyway, let's go see what it's like.
Oh, I was really scared, even though you can't see it on my face whatsoever, and I'm not scared, and I'm still going to go to that place, and shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. Oh! What's he going to say now, dude? What's he going to say now? Can't wait to hear what this face, yeah, this fucking head right here is going to fucking say about this.
So there's already a very big difference to my hometown in the north.
Whoa, 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 whoa. My hometown in the northeast of where is he going to say?
So there's already a very big difference to my hometown in the northeast. It's not Union Jacks in England.
In the northeast. Where do you live in the northeast, bro? Fucking York. So why are you putting on a fucking southern accent, you weirdo? I don't. My hometown in the northeast. No, dude. I'm sorry. You're not from fucking. You're from nowhere near the fucking northeast. You're from fucking Surrey, bro. Do you know what I mean? What's he on about? The northeast? And he's talking like that. What are you on about, bro?
Flags flying here, but the Palestine flag there. And I would say almost everyone that I've walked past since I got off the train has been of South Asian origin.
Show us. Show us. You've clearly had the camera on the whole time. So show us. Show us. Show us if that's the case. Show us. Wow, dude. It looks so fucking scary around here, man. It's so scary. There are no places like this in the northeast of England. Oh, it's so scary, man. So fucking scary. I'm shitting myself. Oh no, it's some houses. Oh, this is, you know what it is, yeah? You know what it is? This guy's never been anywhere like poverty-stricken in his entire life. Yeah, there's no places in Northern England with sedans and dustbins, right? Like, what is he talking about? I don't think this guy's talking about, like, fucking, you know, being from the northeast, like, you know, oh, it's nothing like where I don't believe him, man. Not only do I not believe he's from the northeast, I don't believe this guy's ever been outside before. Even if he's speaking the truth about Asian people, like, yeah, right, okay, so, like, yeah, he's like, oh, there are loads of South Asian people here. So what, dude? What if they were born in Britain? Hey, Alejandro, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, it's literally so British. It's literally so British. Also, like, apparently it's a no-go zone. But he's there. He's there. It's literally just a regular road. Hello. Yeah. Hey, Joe from Duran, how you doing? Even if they have been, so what? God forbid you go into a neighborhood with a lot of South Asians living there. Right. He's from the Northeast Tower in his parents' castle. Yeah. There is nothing that makes me feel more safe, yeah, than actually seeing, like, Palestine flags in windows. You know?
Okay, so I've just arrived in the high street, and I'll be straight up, it doesn't feel dangerous at all.
Okay, show's over, dude. Go home. It doesn't feel dangerous at all. Show's over. Go home, bro. Go home. Honestly, this looks no different to places where I live around West Yorkshire, apart from maybe the housing materials. It looks exactly the same as Manchester. It looks like Rusholme in Manchester. Exactly the same.
At all. But it also doesn't feel British.
There it is, though, isn't it? There it is. Like, you said it out loud, bro. You said it out loud. Like, it doesn't feel dangerous, but it doesn't feel British, right? So that's the issue that you're taking with it, isn't it, really? Right? That's the main thing that everybody should be taking away from this video. By the way, it does feel British. This is Britain. This is literally the most British shit I've ever seen in my entire life, right? That's why it feels so safe. That's literally why it feels so safe. My man's like, this doesn't feel dangerous. But that doesn't make sense because it doesn't feel British. Yeah, when he says it doesn't feel British, he means like There's not enough white people about. That's what he's saying, innit? You know what I mean? This is the most British picture I've ever seen in my entire life. Any non-Brit who's watched anything BBC will know this is British, yeah.
English. It's hard to explain, but it's
hard to explain because I'm a coward, actually, and I don't want to show how racist I am.
like a completely different country. Compared to my hometown, I've never seen a place like this in England.
Bro, what are you talking about? You've never been to England, then? You've never been to England. 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 That's the end of that. That's the end of it.
Never. They have these signs for giving zakat. They have...
Bro, that is so normal. It's so normal to see the zakat signs. Like, if you're in an Asian area, yeah, and like the council knows that there are mostly like Asian people, like Muslim people living in this area, then yeah, there's going to be signs that say zakat, give zakat, because you film this around fucking Ramadan, bro. It's a fucking holiday. It's a religious holiday, dude. My God.
National flags, there's Egyptian flags and Palestinian flags all over the place.
Oh no! Oh no!
I barely heard anyone speaking English. Hello,
oh, shut up, dude. Yeah, you have.
All right.
You're speaking English!
Mate, what's it like living around here?
It's alright, yeah.
Yeah?
It'd be hard, like, you know what I mean?
It don't feel very English, does it?
No, it don't, bro, no. It's,
people get on with each other amongst in the area, yeah?
But yeah, they're friendly people, they are, they're good people. But,
yeah?
Okay. Let's analyze what's going on here, yeah? Let's analyze what's going on here. It's very simple to see, chat, right? So he's been looking and looking and looking for like a white person to speak to, right? He's not going to speak to any of the people who aren't white, right? So he's looking and looking for like a white person to speak to, and he's thinking like, you know, he might have seen some white people walk past him, and he's gone like, I don't know, man. Like, they might say something like not racist there. You know what? I'm going to speak to this homeless person who is probably desperate for money, and he thinks that I'm a content creator who's going to give him money, so he'll just agree with everything that I say. He's exploiting this guy. Straight away, exploiting him.
Yeah.
What areas of this place would you say are the places with the reputation the most?
Say no-go zones. My man's making a video about no-go zones, yeah? He's making a video about no-go zones, and he says that they're definitely real, right? They're definitely real. They definitely exist. And he's speaking to this other white guy that he's met in this fucking place, and he goes, like, you're trying to think about like how he can word it so that he doesn't sound like a fucking racist idiot. And he's like, where are the bad areas? Where are the places with the reputation?
Highfield Road up the top there. You know when you get to the top of it,
yeah,
you've got like this big corner bit, Dixie's and all around there. Yeah.
Sweet, I'll have a look.
You got to be careful everywhere you go though, mate.
Yeah.
It's like, you know.
I must admit, I got warned on the train as soon as I said I was coming here. People were like,
yeah, you didn't. You lied. You didn't. You lied about that.
Oh, yeah.
And now you're lying to a homeless person.
I got stabbed over it. I've only been over here a couple of weeks.
Nice warm welcome. Oh yeah.
I got stabbed in the leg.
How does it end up stabbing you?
Right. Okay, I'm not gonna like deny that a homeless person has been stabbed. I believe that a homeless person has probably been stabbed. Like, there are a lot of like horrible things that homeless people go through all the fucking time. But I'm gonna go out on a limb here, yeah, and I'm gonna say I think this guy probably got stabbed because he's homeless, not because he's white, right? That's what it is, isn't it? People are nasty to homeless people, aren't they? We live in capitalism. I've just been speaking with a bunch of homeless people. Like, last week. You know what I mean? The homeless camp. People talk about that shit all the time. Other homeless people stab each other. You know what I mean? They get into disagreements about shit. They get into fights with shit. It's tough. It sucks. It's the reality of it, right?
Nice walk.
And my man's trying to like make out that this is like a result of him being white in Birmingham's no-go zone. This is depraved. This is depraved racist bullshit.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Does it end up stabbing you in the leg?
Yeah. Two of them tried robbing me. I was going through the subway, yeah. Like, he come up to me, man. I hit the one, he's hit the deck. The other one, I've started with him, innit, bub? Yeah. Like, the other one that's on the floor, man, he's come along, sniping me, man, jabbed me in the leg now, innit? You know what I mean, bub, man?
I think it was about me then.
Terrible, man.
Nice one, mate. I didn't get your name. What's your name?
Crew of Nazis attacked a homeless camp outside of Stockholm after being given the suggestion by a prolific Twitter arsehole just the other day. Yeah. Yeah, it happens, yeah.
Leicester.
Leicester? Yeah, nice to meet you, mate.
Stay safe, though. You take your time, alright?
Yeah.
If you're not known, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm hoping people will speak to me, but I just don't know how likely it is.
Yeah. They're quite friendly people. They are, do you know?
Quite friendly people.
But it's finding the right one, like you say, to speak
That's
English.
it. Yeah. Right, in a bit, mate. See you later on.
And also, like, you know, again, exploiting this homeless guy. He's telling him what he wants to hear. It's just fucked up. It's just all fucked up, man.
Nice one.
Take your time, myself. Yeah,
Oh, no. Boss, are you from around here?
Yeah, why?
Mate, I want to know. I'm making a video on life in Birmingham. I want to know what it's like in Allen Rock.
Bro, like, this guy's, like, doing something. He's, like, carrying a thing. Fuck me, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know. Yeah, you from around here? No. So this must be the pigeon corner that guy told me about. We've got the pigeons on the roof and all over the floor here outside of Dixie's. And as you can just see on this junction, we've got, what, I think South Africa flag. Is this Egypt? Palestine?
Okay, what's your point?
I am yet to see a Union Jack or a St. George's Cross.
That's because everyone knows it's fucking cringe, dude. Keep away from the Peaky Blinders in your sound. Everyone's noticing how creepy he is, yeah. Lion scum trying to hustle for the correct answers. Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
It really...
Like, I've never met a type of person so upset by flags. Like, they say all the time, don't they, that, like, leftists are so scared of the Union Jack and, like, oh, we get triggered every time we see a flag. But my man is so triggered after seeing, like, 3 flags of, like, black and brown countries.
He really doesn't feel very English.
Yeah, cry about it, bro.
Yes, brother.
Mate, I'm doing a video on Allen Rock. How is life here?
I'm not from here. I'm from Solihull.
Oh, you're from where, sorry?
Solihull.
Solihull?
Yeah.
Okay, life in Birmingham in general. Is it nice?
Good, peaceful, yeah.
People mixed together?
A good, peaceful...
Very well?
Yeah.
Because I heard on the news about no-go zones. And I heard that this was one of the places, so I come to see it.
Nothing like that.
No, so people get on well.
Yeah.
He just, like, very, 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 like, candidly, like, nah, nothing like that, bro. That shit doesn't exist. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Like, everyone's cool. Like,
Yeah.
Nice. Where are you originally from?
I'm from India, Hyderabad.
Oh, nice, nice. I've just come back from India.
Is it? From which place?
Cultural shock.
I haven't heard.
I was all over. I was in Mumbai and Delhi and...
oh, hey, Maxime, how you doing?
How's India then?
Yeah, he kept this in. That's crazy, dude. He kept this shit in.
Tough.
DEI has infiltrated the vox pop industry.
How did you find England?
It's good.
Yeah, you like it?
Yeah.
Nice. Are you going to stay for a long time?
Not long time.
No?
Maybe a couple of years.
Make your money, go home.
No,
Oh my god, dude. Make your money, then go home. Mate, this guy... You know what's going to happen, yeah? This guy is gonna get, like, jumped. He is gonna get jumped, innit? Do you know what I mean? Because he's going around, like, asking, like, racialized people racist questions. And I'm sorry, but like getting punched is just like the natural reaction from being racist. Like, I am not gonna sit here and say that like if you go around and be racist to people, you're not gonna get punched, because you are, innit? You know what I mean? Fucking hell.
I got a work visa here, so my project will finish in a couple of years. Once the project is finished, we'll move back.
Nice. All the best. Good luck, man.
Cheers, man.
All the best.
Take care.
Feels like everyone I speak to is not from here, so it's hard to get a proper opinion of the place.
Yeah, just keep filming flags, dude.
Right. How we doing, boss? All right. Great.
Right. You heard me say this before, innit? You've heard me say this before. You know when people like call people boss, like, yeah, you're right, boss. Hey, chief, right? This is a thing that only white people do to like black and brown people in the UK, right? Yeah, I call the kebab shop worker boss, right? Easy, boss, right? It's fucking racism, man. It just is racism. Sorry. Like, that might sound like a hot take, yeah? But like, you'll never ever find a fucking white person calling another white person boss or chief. You know what I mean?
Doing a video on life in Birmingham, and I just want to ask Alan Rock. I've been told this is one of the no-go zones. What's it really like? No-go zones. What's it really like? Okay, no worries, mate. No worries.
It's like, he's gonna go away and be like, yeah, that guy did not speak English, right? He's gonna go away and say that. But what really happened just then is that as soon as my guy said no-go zones, he was like, I'm not entertaining that shit. I'm not talking about that. Why are people I'm springing a video camera on so awkward? Yeah. Yeah. In France, it's normal to call the kebab owner chef. Yeah, sounds like that's racist too, man. You know, France, famously not a racist country, isn't it? Famously not racist towards people who might work in kebab shops. Yeah. You know? I do that, it tends to bother them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, having a hard time.
Like, ask yourself this, how many white people do you call that? Ask yourself, how many white people do you call boss? How many white people do you call chief? How many white people you call chef? You know what I mean? France is racist to its own south. Is that true? That's true. I actually call my boss and she hates it. Yeah.
Getting conversation out of people. Hey.
Yeah.
So you said you come from Romania, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So at this place, it's got a reputation of being like a no-go zone area for people. What do you think?
It's very bad area.
It's a bad area. Why?
Oh, too much drugs.
Too much drugs.
So much. Too much. All the.
You know you do the video.
Sorry?
The video now.
Yeah, for him. Yeah.
It's all the street, all the. If you go like this.
Why is he being so rude to that guy? What was that about? In American cities, everyone calls everyone boss? No, come on.
Take now, right?
So in France, like, you call everyone who cooks a thing chef. Every literally, so you just call chefs, right? Okay, that's fair enough, yeah.
Left and go 20 meters. It's coming one people, they say, you want something?
What, down here, yeah?
Yeah, the hill, down, if you go like this.
Oh, that's so scary, bro. Yeah, that guy sniffed him out immediately. Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
All the people is on the street. It's very bad, guys.
Okay.
No problem. I am hello. My name is Ionel. I am from Romania, but I come here and do.
Like this, his friends are saying like, "Come on, bro." His friends are like saying, "Come on, man. Don't talk to this guy. He's gonna make you look like a fucking idiot in it." You know what I mean?
Okay, for working, for a new life, for a new future, for my kids, and come and here is very
good place in the Alumro, but sometime after 7 p.m., 8 p.m., maybe
So when it gets dark.
maybe he needs to stay home and take it.
Okay. Has England been welcoming to you since you arrived? It's been good to you?
For me now, but maybe for my kids.
I find it so funny that he's just keeping this stuff in. Has England been welcoming to you? For me, no. But hopefully, the racism will end in the future, you know?
Kids in the future, yeah.
Do you ever intend to go back to Romania or just want to stay here forever?
Maybe, but no now.
You need to work.
Yeah. When I was 16, 17-year-old, me and my wife.
Go retire.
Yeah, and the kids, what do you want?
But like, you know, this guy, I don't know if he's going to try and spin this anyway, but like, this is just so normal. It's so, I feel like I'm going insane having to like explain like why what he's doing is so racist. Because this is just so this is such a normal thing. Like white British people say stuff like this. Like, yeah, I'm going to like work here. This is my shit. Do you know what I mean? I'm planning on like working here, doing like a good solid 20 years of activism and then fucking off to like Cuba or fucking Vietnam or somewhere nice. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's my shit. That's what I'm about. And he's making out that this is some kind of like, you know, you find like old British boomers who've gone to Spain. Like, they've moved to Spain. They live in Spain now. Because they don't want to live in fucking England anymore. Like, they were born here and they were like, yeah, it's shit in England, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's fucking shit in Britain, innit? Everyone says that.
Stay.
Nice one, mate. I really appreciate you talking.
And again, like, I have to stress, there was a map that came out recently, right? There was a map that came out recently and it was pointing out desirability. I'm trying to think about what it is. Desirability of England for asylum. It was like a graph that came out, and it was like how many people want to come and stay in the UK. Right, here's one, and this is from like years ago. When was this? I don't even know when this was from. Oh, 2015. Right, this is from 2015. Asylum seekers by population. Number of first-time asylum applications in EU countries per 1,000 of population, and UK is like tiny. Tiny, 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 tiny. Hungary gets the most. And I think this was before Hungary went like mega racist. You know, move to Spain and hang out in Union Jack pub, drinking bitters and eating pickled onion crisps. Yeah, that's what they fucking do. I'm trying to think like where this. There was a really good graphic and it was on Instagram and I can't remember who published it. Yeah, I can't find it right now. UK aid to refugees. Distribution. Asylum applications in the UK. Let's try asylum applications. Asylum applications by country. Let's just try by country. Right, here we go. This was in 2016. Yeah, 2016. Germany the most with 700,000. US with 200,000. Italy 100,000. France 77. Turkey 77. Greece 49. Austria 39. And United Kingdom 38. That's applications, right? So some of these people might have applied for like Germany, US, France, Italy. They might have applied for all of them, innit? But on the whole, it's not even really up there, you know? And how many of these actually get through? How many of these actually get through? UKIP likes to say these like insane numbers like, there are 700,000 migrants coming into the country every year. And it's like, no, there aren't, dude. What are you on about?
All the best. Like in Adam Rock.
Yeah, just fucking stop this guy in his car, man. Just fucking stop this guy in his car on a fucking road, innit? Just stop him in the middle of the road. This is so safe. This is so safe, dude. Like, really safe. Fucking, like, this is so insane.
And Birmingham in general, what's it like?
Not the best, mate.
It's not the best, why?
It's not the best, but it's not the worst either. Home is home, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but people get on with each other. I heard it was a no-go zone, so I was a bit worried coming up here.
People have wrong conception of Adam Rock. It's not as bad as people make it out. But
You've got loads of traffic behind you, mate, sorry.
That's your fault, you fucking racist! That was infuriating. That's the most infuriating shit I've ever seen in my life.
There'll be bad stuff everywhere you go.
Yeah, of course, mate. All the best.
Enjoy Adam Rock.
So, like, more proof that, like, it's not actually that bad, innit? You know what I mean?
Shame he was in the car.
A lot of asylum seekers get deported towards Rwanda because of the Tories. No, that shit's not gone through, Gianna. They've not deported people to Rwanda yet, I don't think. Like, they have deported people to, like, Jamaica, like, some like, second generation descendants of people from Windrush and shit who've, like, never been to Jamaica before in their life and that, you know what I mean? As soon as people are like, it's fine, he ends the conversation, yeah. And people keep shutting him down, yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty difficult to get conversation from people, but everyone I spoke to seemed real
oh my god, bro. Maybe just, like, don't stop a person in a car.
friendly, seemed happy to see me. There was just people who struggled with either English or whatnot. But speaking to the Romanian guy, for example, he was just coming over here to improve his life for him and his children, which is one of the beautiful things about this country. It doesn't feel very English, though. That is one thing I will...
It doesn't feel very English, though. That's one thing I will say. Yeah, well, you know, you say it's the one thing that you will say, but you said it like 5 times already. So just, like, stop saying it now, you know what I mean?
Say, and I don't know if that's it does feel like a criticism. It is a criticism at the end of the day. This is England, and it didn't feel like it. There's certainly more.
There's nothing more British. There's nothing more British than this. I don't know what point he's trying to move by, like, showing people, like, British built houses. Like, it's just because there's a Palestine flag there, you know what I mean? It literally looks like England. There are English roads, there are English cars, there are English houses, English fucking trees, English fucking telephone cables. Like, what do you want, dog?
Palestinian and foreign flags than any Union Jacks or St. George's crosses. Right, now we're going to leave here and we're going to head into some of the most...
Like, to him, the only, like, difference between this and what he thinks is an English street is if there's Union Jacks, right? But those kinds of places are not common in the UK. They're really not common. It's very rare that you'll, like, go down a street and see loads of Union Jacks in it. The only places that you'll see stuff like that is, like, someone in the chat said earlier, like Kent, you know what I mean? Or Surrey, or, like, you know, like a posh people in it. Do you know what I mean? No, you'll see English flags when football season is on. Of course you will, innit? Of course you will. Of course you will. That's normal, innit? You know what I mean? I'm not about to sit there and be like, I can't believe there's so many England flags out when it's fucking the World Cup or the Euros or whatever. Yeah, you will see that, innit? Do you know what I mean?
Notorious.
But, like, it's rare that you see that.
States in the city. We're going to head to a place called Aston and then another place called Lozelle. And these are states...
Yeah, he should move to America. He'd love to see them USA flags everywhere, innit?
To be run by gangs. but
I hope this guy gets fucking chinned, bro. Like, I can't. I swear to God, I hope. I just goes to show he doesn't even appreciate or recognize what English looks like. So much for his so-called patriotism. That's right.
Scary, but
that's right.
We'll go see what they're like.
Also, hi, Terratina. I don't know if you were here earlier. Oh yeah, you were. You were here for the music bit. Yeah. Said hi to you during the jams. Right, so he's gone to a completely different place, Aston. Right, and he's not said anything about like. Oh, this place is like, if you Google this place, there's loads of people getting shot or whatever.
I spoke to a guy, and he told me this area is pretty quiet, but if I head along this road...
He just spoke to someone and he said it's fine. Pretty quiet around here, bro.
Straight down here, I'll head up into a place called Lazelle, and he said over there it'll get a little bit rougher and not to go too deep. He said you don't want to get touched up just for a YouTube video. But we're gonna go see what it's really like. The worst thing about this place is it's a dumping ground by the looks of it.
It just looks like this just looks like Harper Hay in Manchester. It just looks exactly like Harper Hay. Yeah, people come and like fly tip and leave rubbish everywhere, and yeah.
So we're still heading to Lazelle, but I'm going to walk around a couple of the estates whilst we're here just to take a look at what they're actually like. I'm not sure if this counts as Lazelle's or if it's Aston's, but it's horrible. The state of it. It seems like this.
So what he's pointing out is that housing in Birmingham is really bad. Like, these all look like council estates. They're probably still owned by social housing landlords, and as a result, there's no money being spent on upkeep of the area because social housing landlords are taking so much fucking money for themselves, for their own CEOs, for their own shareholders, sorry, board members. And yeah, in some cases there are shareholders, you know?
This are only going to get worse in Birmingham because the city council has gone bankrupt, and they're the ones who deal with the rubbish removal and collecting people's bins. So that all this...
Right. So you admit it. It's nothing to do with immigrants, it's to do with the council. Thanks for confirming that for everybody, dude.
Stuff. This is the beginning of how shit it's going to look. Give it another 2 or 3 years. Can't imagine.
Okay. This guy's proven how not working class he is. You know, he says he's from the Northeast, right? Generic, the Northeast. We all think he's from the Northeast wing of his dad's mansion, right? And it's like, yeah, anything not to blame capitalism, right? Anything not to blame capitalism. I mean, he technically did because he said the council in it, you know what I mean? But in his eyes, it's just like the council, and he probably is like, yeah, the Labour Council, you know, whatever, woke Labour lefty shit or some shit. I don't know. Even though Labour is far from that. And he's proven how like not working class he is, because if he was working class, he'd know that areas like this have already been like this for over 2 to 3 years. Oh, it's just going to get worse, bro. Like, yeah, nah, it probably is going to get worse, but they've already been this bad for a long time. You know what I mean? I would argue like even longer, probably like maybe 10 years, you know? Yeah, the streets like, I've seen streets like this when I was younger as well, Gianna. Yeah, this is the thing, like. Stupid, man.
Mate, are you from Lazelle? Are you from this region? Are you from this area? Yeah. Mate, I'm making a video on life in Birmingham, Lazelle, Aston, some other places. Have you heard, obviously, people saying it's a no-go zones in lots of parts of Birmingham? What is this place actually like?
A lot better than years ago.
A lot better than years ago. Yeah, so what's it actually like here now? It looks like everywhere I go, it's like a shithole with booze and what's happened?
It's got homeless people in it. If you have to walk up Lazelle's Road, that's the worst.
Lazelle's Road. I'm gonna go there.
So like the problem is that like the housing system is fucked. That's the problem.
Now, what? Well, in senses of like crime and the no-go zone stuff, is that bollocks or is there something to it? Yeah, is there something to it?
Oh, that's been years.
Really?
Go on then, talk about it, bro. He's a bad propagandist, yeah. Even this guy who's like clearly racist, he's like, yeah, no-go zones, bro. He's like not really saying what he wants him to say.
So people are really hesitant to speak on camera, but I've been told by 4 people now that the no-go zone thing is legit. It's real. The state of this.
Oh my God, what are you talking about?
So people are really hesitant to speak on camera, but I've been told by 4 people now that the no-go zone thing is legit. It's real.
No, you haven't. What are you on about? You still have the same content warning up from when we looked at the news? Yeah, because this is Islamophobic. You're right, though. There is no genocide discussion in here, so I should get rid of that. That's true.
It's an absolute shithole. And they said it's been like that for years. But yeah, at least 4 people have told me now.
It's like I said, yeah, it's been like that for years. I knew it. I knew it, man.
But the no-go zones, they're legit.
Right, why can't we speak to those people on camera, dude? He just made it up, hasn't he? Oh, British flag, bro! British flag! Is this British enough for you, dude? Is this British enough for you? Big fucking Union Jack on a fucking sign. Is that British enough for you? It's like this is the no-go zone, isn't it, dude? Yeah. This is the no-go zone, right? Fucking hell, man. I'm sick of these cunts. I'm so sick of these cunts.
You like the name?
I like the flag.
Which flag?
It's the only one I've seen the whole time I've been in Birmingham. Yeah. It's all Palestine, Egypt, South Africa, Sudan. But this is the first.
Yeah, you like look at my man's face. Look at my man's face. Look.
It's all Palestine, Egypt, South Africa.
That's the face that you have to make when you're a racialized person in the fucking UK and there's like a racist getting about in it. You know what I mean? He's like having to make that like
Sudan, but this is the first Britain flag.
This guy should be loved, this flag, you know?
Yeah, I would hope people would love it.
My man's wearing a keffiyeh, by the way. He's wearing a keffiyeh, and this guy's complaining that he's got like Palestine flags everywhere.
And you, where are you from?
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan. Okay, how has England been for you?
Good.
You like it?
Yeah. No.
He's sussing him out. He's sussing him out.
Nobody like you. He doesn't stay here.
How I feel too, mate. How I feel too. Yeah.
These bastard people, you know, say bullshit. You know, why you stay here then?
Yeah. Do you plan to stay in England?
Okay. He's being fucking clever as fuck. He knows what actually, I'm not sure this guy is wearing a keffiyeh. It kind of looks like a keffiyeh design, but it might not be. But like, yo. He is like saying, you know, these guys, they say bullshit. You know, they don't like it. Yeah, they should go home, innit? You know what I mean? Like, he passive aggressive our racist friend. That's exactly what happened, yeah. That's exactly what he was doing just then. Yeah, he called him a bastard. The real no-go zone is within 50 feet of this dude. That's right. Can I ingest you in some rope?
England forever?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, very nice. Okay, thank you very much.
He doesn't like it, he doesn't live here, you know that?
Yeah, I agree with you,
It's a pretty nice country.
The state of this bit, yeah. What an absolute dump. Now that guy raises a pretty good point before. When he said, if you don't like the country, then you should leave. He's exactly right.
So leave, dog. So go, you know what I mean?
You know, we're told that diversity is our strength, and there's lots of things to like about it. You get birds from all over the world living around the corner.
Excuse me. What did you say? What did you what did you just say? Let me get this straight, dude. Let me get this straight. You're happy to fuck a foreign girl, right? You're happy to fuck a girl, all these girls from all over the world. You're happy to fuck them, yeah? But not enough British flags. It's not English. You know, no-go zones are definitely real. The best part of all the diversity is that I get to fetishize exotic women, right? Quote unquote exotic women, yeah? God damn it, dude. This is fucking insane, man. Hey, this Dungeon Subbus, what's going on? He's got to be a nonce. Right. Standard racist behavior, so painfully average. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
You get some good food. You get to meet people with different opinions and views of the world.
Yo, check.
The corner. You get some good food. You get to meet people with different opinions.
King of the video, man. King of the video. He knows this guy's a fucking racist. Oh, that's great, man. That's so good. Oh, fuck yeah. Let's go. He's white as well. That's so funny, man. That's so funny. He's like, shut up, you fucking plank. Oh, my God. Yeah, my man, he's talking about, he's like, oh, yeah, you get some good food. You get to, like, you know, look at all these, like, hot foreign women, right? You know what I mean? Fetishize all these like racialized women. But I don't like the fact that they're like there's no go zones, you know what I mean? These definitely real things that I'm definitely proving to be real in this video. Like, shut up, mate.
And views of the world. You get to learn. But
all he's done so far is list off like a big list of positives about having immigrants come to your country, innit?
That's all well and good in times of prosperity and when things are going well. But in a time of war and a time of conflict...
What? He's a LARPer, isn't he? He's a LARPer. He thinks that we're at war. Who are we at war with, bro? Who are we at war with? What?
Is it really a strength to have people of all different persuasions amongst each other, living so closely knit and tightly bound with each other? We haven't really been tested so far in the UK since we've
glad you admit it.
Become a multicultural country. But the world...
Okay, also, like, what are you talking... He's trying to say that, like, only white people lived in Britain when the fucking First and Second World War happened. What are you talking about? What are you talking about, bro? Also, you're not forgetting... Like, what is he on... Wait, what? The Iraq War? Afghanistan? We were all involved in that, bro, you know? What is he on about?
It's changing, and as we can see with what's going on in Palestine and Israel, the government seems to be taking one side, the people taking another. I do wonder if a major conflict was to be declared, if something was to happen, how would we deal with that internally in this nation?
Well, yeah, hopefully everyone would turn around and go, yeah, we're not going to go to war, bro. Like, what kind of point do you think you're making, dude? Like, I'm a white guy, I was born here, yeah, and I also don't think we should be going to war. Like, what kind of point do you think you're making, man?
It would be a major, major problem. At the beginning of...
Why? Describe. Elaborate.
The World War I, there were plenty of Germans living in this country. And the British government had to either send them home to Germany or put them in prison until the end of the war. Can you imagine trying to do that now?
Yes. I'm glad that you're pointing out that things over 100 years ago were stupid and insane. This guy definitely supports Israel. 1000%.
Just, all you need to know. Yeah, you do.
Do I?
You're white.
I'm going to take that as handsome. Oh, I'm white.
No, you're handsome for a white guy.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to say that.
For a white guy.
Are you British or Irish?
I'm British. So this is a good question, actually. What about you?
My mum's Irish Italian.
Yeah.
And my dad is Jamaican, Indian, and Chinese.
Okay, so are you born here?
Yeah.
Are you British?
I'm British. Yeah, I'm born British.
British born. What do you think it means?
I think I'm born here and I should have rights. I don't take advantage of them. I've worked since I was 16. It's my birthday and I'm still drunk.
No, happy birthday. Do you want me to get you? Have you got a drink?
No,
I'll get you one.
Yeah. No. All right. But yeah, no, you can't. They're going to try and take the piece. They're going to do it. They're going to do it. Don't be like the geese that did it.
Yeah, but I'm talking
the camera. No, turn it off.
I'm not filming.
God, I hope he gets fucking lamped. This will be so fucking funny. You were asking for it, bro. You were asking for it.
I'm not filming you. I don't give a shit.
Put
the camera down. Put the camera down.
Yes.
I don't want you to film. I'm not. I know. Move the camera, bro. I'm not filming you. Bro, move the camera, bro. Move the camera.
This is Lozelle. You want to know Lozelle?
Okay, so this is what Lozelle was like.
All right, yeah. All right, just yeah.
Inaudible crackhead noises. Fuck this guy, man. Fuck this guy.
But yeah, so I'm just trying to find out what life is like. I've been told this is one of the like the no-go zone areas.
Hello, you're British. We're just very.
We're worried.
Us.
Why?
What do you mean why?
No, go on, tell me.
We're very us. There's us and there's them.
Who's them? Oh.
And there's police.
So the communities are
right. So what's happened here? Yeah. What's happened here is he's found. Didn't she say it was her 16th birthday? Am I like, I've worked since I was 16? No, she's just got like a young sounding voice. He's found a woman who is like pissed up. It's on her birthday and she doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. And she's going, there's us, there's them, there's police.
Quite divided.
Well, when it comes to enough white people not being rude.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're very stick together. Oh my God, they're going to think I'm a gross neighbour.
Yeah, no. So when you say it's divided, it's white.
Like she can't even talk properly. She's fucking drunk as fuck.
People and everyone else, or it's
no white. God no. Look, we're all
mixing up.
Areas just become a little bit divided.
She's clocking it now. She's figuring it out now, and she's going like, oh, this guy is a bit of a race. She's gonna walk off in a minute.
Yeah.
Like it's more Muslim than.
Oh no, she is a racist. Oh no.
So we're nice.
Yeah.
We're nice people, really.
So I've come off the main street now and I'm going to walk into a couple more of the estates here as I make my way into the city centre. So it does appear that
it's terrifying considering what that man just said about women earlier, yeah. I'm more concerned about him. The only person to give him trouble so far is a white guy. Right, that guy was white! That guy who was saying move the camera away was a white guy.
Everyone I've spoke to here since I got in Birmingham agrees that there are no...
And you know why, innit? You know why. That white guy might have been a proper racist, right? He might have been a proper fucking Islamophobic racist. Yeah? And the reason that he's gone like that to him and said, like, move the camera away, bro. Move the camera away. Get the fuck out of here. It's because look at him. Look at him. Look at what he's wearing. He really thought, I'm going to go into all these poor areas looking like a fucking Cambridge student. That's what he thought. He was like, I'm going to dress up like a student in Cambridge. I'm going to dress up like a hipster in North London. I'm going to dress up like a North London hipster and go to all these poor areas and all the racists like ignorant people are just going to talk to me, innit? You know what I mean?
Zones. There are differences in
man.
The areas where the Afro-Caribbeans live, where the Asians live, where the white people live.
Oh! The difference is where the Afro-Carib, just the way he said it, man.
Look at this place. Most people have been fairly friendly, apart from that one idiot before.
Apart from that one white guy.
But it is what it is. Anyway, I'm going to walk down into the city centre now. Wow, it's just everywhere you walk. everywhere. Holy, look at this. Right, this estate feels a bit sketchy, and because I've already been accused of being a Fed a few times, I'm going to keep the camera.
I'm doing cop shit. I'm walking around. I'm filming poor people. I'm filming racialized people. And I've been accused of being a Fed. Oh no.
A little bit.
I wonder why.
Discreet.
So good. Hey Gobs, how's it going? Welcome in. Everybody please go follow Gobs. They're amazing.
No, I feel bad.
If it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, yep.
But I feel bad calling the other place that I've been to a shithole. You know, it's people's homes.
Has the right to privacy officially died? Hey Phoebe.
At the end of the day, this is my homeland too. And if I think it looks like a shithole, I have to say.
Oh my god. Sure. This is everything that's wrong with like patriotism, right? He said that he's from the northeast, like the nebulous northeast. And it's like, okay, what do you mean, dude? Do you mean like the posh part of Durham or like, you know, York or something like that? Also, why are you talking like a southerner if you're from the northeast or whatever? And he's going on about, oh yeah, this is my homeland as well. And it's like, this is everything that's wrong with patriotism. Like, my homeland to these losers, like, translates to, I should be allowed to go anywhere in Britain, even if people don't like me or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, this place belongs to me as well. It's like, shut up. This is their neighborhood. You've come into someone's neighborhood. You're doing the thing that you're accusing, like, immigrants of. Right? Coming into someone else's home territory and trying to cause division, sow division and create, you know, barriers, political barriers and all that kind of stuff. Like, he's doing that. Nonsense.
This is my homeland too.
It's not.
Looks like a shithole. I have to say it. How else are things going to change if we're not honest about it? So I'm making my way back to my hotel, but I've just come along the canal side because Birmingham is the most central part of the country and there is no rivers that feed into it. But this canal system, which was made before the Industrial Revolution, is what made it possible for this place to become as rich as it did.
Who built it? Who built those canals, bro? Who built them? Who built those canals, bro? Who did it? Who built the canals? I'm just waiting for you to answer my question of who built the canals. I just wonder... I wonder if you know who built the canals. Do you know who built the canals? Does he know who built... Do you know who built the canal? Do you know who built the canals? You know who built the canals? You know who built the canals? Does anyone in the chat know who built the canals? Industrial slave owners, the Canal Builders Union. It was immigrants. It was immigrants. I don't know if there was like slave labor involved, but I wouldn't be surprised. But also like industrial slave owners probably who like, you know, got what do you call it? All that compensation for having to give up their slaves, right? But if you've never heard about this, chat, there were these Irish immigrants called navvies in it. And navvy comes from navigation. It says here, derived from navigation. Yeah? And during the Industrial Revolution, right, when Ireland was like properly occupied, like it is still occupied by the UK, but when it was like properly occupied, like fully annexed by the UK before, like, you know, the rebellions and stuff like that. Obviously, migrants came over because there was all kinds of shit going down because of colonialism, and they came to England to like try and get some dough because things were shit over in Ireland, and they were like, right, well, you know, we'll come over there, try and get some work. 20 tons of earth a day, right? Blasting rocks, heaving barrows, carting rubble, all this kind of stuff. You know, cheap migrant labor, essentially, in order to like fuel the Industrial Revolution. So there you go. My man's complaining about immigrants, and he's buzzing about all these canals, and it was immigrants who made them.
No.
Good. Yeah, good. I don't know what you want me to say, man. What do you want me to say? I'm glad that the empire's dead. And, you know, it sucks that there's so much social decline. Like, well, it's not really social decline, is it? It's just fucking, you know. Did I just fuck up the Tom cam, by the way? Because my foot just hit the... Oh, I'm still in the Zoom. I'm still in the Zoom. Shit. Why did no one tell me I was still in the Zoom thing? Tom cam seems to be okay. All right. So, you know. Sounds right. I misheard the question a bit. No, it's all right. Yeah. Anyway. Just fucking stupid, innit? I knew Birmingham was an industrial city, but today I learned it's known as the first manufacturing town. Is that right? I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, that was the thing with like a lot of northern cities in the UK. Like, you know, they started off as like various different collections of hamlets, because that's all everything really was before the Industrial Revolution. You know? And then there were these manufacturing centers that were built off the backs of the slave trade in the USA. You know, slave labor picked cotton. The cotton came to Manchester. We had mills in Manchester that turned the cotton into clothes and linen and all that kind of stuff. That's literally why Karl Marx came to Manchester. Came to fucking Manchester with Engels to study the way that capitalism, you know, interacts with slave labor and relies on slave labor and an underclass in order to profit, right? Like, lots of places in Manchester have names like, for example, the student area is called Fallowfield. And a fallow field is a field in a crop rotation of sort of like monoculture agriculture, where you would have 4 fields. Generally speaking, most like peasant farmers would have like 4 fields. They would have 1 crop, 2 crop, animals, and then another crop. And that fallow field is where animals would graze in on a year where there's like, you know, they rotate, basically. They like rotate the crops. And so the animals would shit all on there, and that would like fertilize the land, and they would just rotate, essentially. That was the fallow field. And that ended up just like being the name of this one hamlet. There's also like Didsbury, and like Bury is also like a disambiguation of Berg, I think, like the German Berg, which just means like little village. Loads of little different names like that all over Manchester, because it just became this like big metropolitan industrial center, just around where all the mills were based, you know?
So it's day 2 of our exploration of Birmingham and its no-go zones and high crime estates. The next place that we're going to is a place...
Day 2, and there's only like 7 minutes left.
It's called Winson Green, and this was the place where the first series of Benefit Street in the UK was, and it was a series that chronicled...
Oh, cool. So more like, you know, poverty porn nonsense. Like, does anyone know what Benefit Street is?
Called the lives of people living on benefits, basically in perpetuity. Right, from here, we're going to head out past the prison, which is here. I think it's a maximum security, one of the biggest in the country. And then we're going to head into the estate. Now, I haven't really done much research other than the fact that I know that it was the first series of Benefit Street, and I read a few headlines about saying that there's open drug use and it's one of the most deprived areas in the city.
I can't wait for him to see how white it is. Let's so he gets chased out of the place. Like, how does he think? How does he think that people in this area are going to respond to a guy with a camera coming around to film how bad everything is when they were on Benefit Street?
So this is the street that they filmed that series on, and just behind me, you can probably still hear them playing. It's kids in a school, in a primary school, and as they come out of school every day, the first thing they're going to see, like this. What sort of example are we setting? What sort of standards are we setting for the kids of this country? Look at the state of it.
Well, it's radicalizing them, isn't it? It's going to radicalize them. They're going to become very class conscious. Like, the kids nowadays are actually like very fucking class conscious. You know, at the homeless camp protest on Monday last week, one of the kids was literally like on the mic. He must have been like 4 or 5 years old, going like, "Free Palestine, free Palestine." Like, he knows what's up.
Neighborhood watch area.
Not done much research. Has he done anything heinous since you left? I don't know when you left. This whole video is heinous, really. Oh no, everything's really poor and shit. Oh no, this is definitely because of immigrants and not because of the Tories. They're starting to recycle and you'll call them a bunch of woke babies? Yeah, literally, that's what'll happen, that's what'll happen!
It's a complete embarrassment.
Yeah, this is literally the fault of landlords.
Look at the state of this.
Kitty! Little cat!
I can't imagine what this smells like in the summer.
Probably just smells like how it smells now. What is he trying to say, man?
What the f***?
You could just tell that he's lived an extremely privileged life. I'm not being funny, chat. Like, if some of you haven't lived, like, you know, in areas like this or been around areas like this and seen areas like this, like that's okay. Like, I understand if you've never seen anything like this in your life. Cool, like, well done. You're watching my stream, you're a class traitor, you're very lucky, you're very privileged, right? This, that, and the other. Depends where you are in the world, depends on what your material conditions are. But you know, this is just like so normal. Like, when I was a kid, I used to play in areas like this. I used to go in fucking areas like this and hang out with my friends in it. You know what I mean? This is not like a modern thing. This is just the result of people living in poverty. Like, that. This is what it's like. Do you know what I mean? The place becomes a dumping ground. You know? I live in Cornwall and there's still places like this. Right. My council house had a bus stop at the back that gets smashed regularly. Right. Right. That shit happens because I've been with people who've smashed up bus stops. Because it's like, people are fucking bored. There's nothing to do. You know, so smash up a bus stop. I was going to say these areas seem kind of all right. Yes, they do. They're literally fine. You know what I mean? Yeah, it probably gets like a little bit scary at night. And there's probably guys getting about who are like, you know, scared. And so they've like formed gangs and shit like that. You know what I mean? And you know, they're together for protection and all this stuff. And they're probably like territorial and upset and, you know, but that's the result of living in a bad fucking poor neighborhood. It sucks. You know what I mean? My neighbor would come back from the pub and rant about me being a lesbian to my dad. Oh, fucking hell. Fuck me. I'm sorry that happened, Phoebe. After Winson Green, it was time to visit Birmingham's most notorious street. No punctuation. Yeah. Yeah, he's actually said that there's been like... He's actually said that he's been to 2 areas so far that are like the worst place in Birmingham. Can't wait to see where this leads.
So, Winson Green, bit of a dump, but there was no drug use, there was no trouble. It is early in the day though, and this next place I'm going to, I was trying to avoid because other people have been here and done videos, but I've just drove through it, and in all honesty, I can see why people have been coming here to do the videos, because it must be the roughest looking street I've been to in England. We're heading now to the infamous Soho.
So he's talking about roughest looking streets. Right, and what he's doing in that like little bits of observation of him, you know, just having a little look, right? Because that's what's doing. He's having a little look at the area, and he's going, "This is horrible. This is gross. Look at all this rubbish. Oh my god!" Right?
Road. What an absolute.
And what he's talking about there is disrepair. He's talking about disrepair. He's talking about rubbish, right? And that's all down to landlords. It's all down to people who are neglecting the shit that they're supposed to do for their tenants. It's like social housing providers who, you know, they don't send workers around to like maintain the verge and shit like that, like do litter picking, because they've cut all those bits of funding. You know what I mean? Hey, sir, Goosebumps, good to see you. Long time no see. You can tell how clueless he is from how he specifically focuses on how it looks. Yeah, that's it. Like, he's talking about aesthetics. Aesthetics for the posh boy.
This is rough.
Ain't them paws deserving of it, yeah.
On every corner, there's groups of guys selling. There's women working the street.
Show us.
Oh, yeah.
Show us.
This is next.
This guy's definitely doing journalism, isn't he? He's definitely doing journalism. He's showing us all these things. Instead of like just saying that these things are happening, he's showing us, isn't he?
Level.
Go on, let's see, bro. The following audio is a conversation that I had with a local on Soho Road. Don't believe you. Don't believe you. I'm sorry, but this gets discounted. This gets discounted. 100%. I don't believe him. Already we had that shit on the train where he was like, a guy sat opposite me when he was fucking sat on a fucking... a single row seat. I just don't trust him. I don't think it's true. I don't think this is true.
Genuinely concerned about walking about with a camera.
Are you going to be on your own?
Yeah, I am on my own, mate.
No. Bro, I'm telling you right now, don't do it. No, please, you've just helped me. Now I'm helping you. Don't. No, I'm helping you.
Yeah.
Listen to my words. You might be alright for the first little bit.
He's scared of this guy. He's scared of this guy. Whoever's like following it, if that guy was like actually genuinely following him, he's like scared of him. He's like trying to walk away. I don't understand what's happening.
But then you will have someone following you. You won't realise it because they don't know you. They'll think you're fed.
That's just going to be his one racist friend who's his dad, yeah. I don't believe him, man.
Some people
I've not seen any, he's not filmed any actual stuff there at all.
Doorway. We're out in the open, setting up some rocks onto a pipe. This street is like nothing else I've seen in the UK.
Right, well, show us. Show us. Prove it.
Wow. Eye-opening.
Also, like, all these houses here are just like, they look posh as fuck, actually.
Really eye-opening.
They look like townhouses. What are you talking about?
So I'm going to be a little bit discreet in the car because I just want to show this off so you understand that I'm not bullshitting.
It's like a street in London.
Corners, openly doing crack.
Yeah, show it. Show it.
It's an absolute wild street.
Show it.
It's way too risky to be walking around with a camera out in the daylight, especially GoPro. It's so obvious.
Don't believe it.
But that's opened my eyes to how much this place. I don't even know what to say.
That's because you're bad at making up lies on the spot, bro.
I'm pretty gobsmacked by how rough this place is. I'd heard about it, I'd seen a couple of videos, but I just can't explain how bad this place is.
Go on then, let's see it.
Yeah, there they are, look.
Right, there's a letting agent there. That's probably the worst thing that we're gonna see. Oh no, there's some people doing drugs.
And then on that corner there, you've got a load of lads dealing and selling.
No proof. Absolutely no proof that that's happening whatsoever. And like, is it any wonder that everyone's like accusing him of being a Fed? Is it any wonder that everyone's accusing him of being a Fed? He's going around snitching on people. Literally, that's what he's doing, isn't he?
Wow, this place is a madness.
It's really not. It's really not. It looks so normal.
So that's it then. The end.
Oh, is that it? Oh, okay. Great stuff, dude. Great stuff. You really proved that the no-go zones exist, right? You really proved that those no-go zones exist, didn't you? Hey J97, what's up? I live in Birmingham. It's completely fine. It's bizarre how many even Brummies will tell you about no-go zones as if it's unsafe to live in. It's so weird. What is happening?
End of our Birmingham adventure, part 1. Does the city
I've spent so many hours visiting my friends there as a trans person and not really having any trouble. There you go. There you go. Yeah, we learned a lot, didn't we? We learned a lot about this guy specifically. Yeah. Yeah, it's got some nice charity shops, you know?
have no-go zones? In all honesty, yeah, it probably does.
It probably does, but I didn't find any. What a clown. What a clown. Probably.
But it also depends on what you mean. If you mean by no-go zone, you don't want to go to areas where there's groups of men selling drugs and looking pretty intimidating on street corners, prostitutes selling themselves in the middle of the day, then yeah, there's no-go zones. If you mean whole...
Right, but that's not what people mean by no-go zones, is it, dude? Hey, Willada, how you doing? Yeah, just saw some people talking together. That's social. It's scary for this guy. That's true. Yeah, that's true. Oh my God.
All areas where everybody is of a different race and religion to you, and it can feel quite intimidating walking through there, then yeah, there's no-go zones.
It's just nonsense, isn't it? It's just absolute nonsense. Like, that's a no-go zone. Yeah, someone should tell this fucker about sundown towns, innit? You know what I mean? He's projecting so hard. Well, yeah, he is, because he's a racist, right? I think it may have a weird white people being racist problem in Brum. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Look, here's the thing, yeah? I, like, organize with working class white people. And they do have some interesting opinions, yeah? I'm not gonna like sit here and say that like if you go and organize with working class white people, you'll never see any racism, you'll never see... Of course there's racism, but do you know where that comes from? It comes from the media telling them that there's just like brown people coming in everywhere getting preferential treatment and shit like that. And you know how you solve that? You go in there and you fucking educate them and you say, look, actually, it's not these marginalized people who are in the same position as you, even worse because they face racism from us, people who look like us, right? It's the people who are in charge of your social housing provider. It's the people who sold off your social housing provider to their mates. It's the people who unregulated the housing system. You know, this is it, right? It's just stupid. Yeah, these quote-unquote no-go zones have shops and cafes and restaurants open in the evening, right? He found a no-go zone by just changing the definition to I'm scared, yeah. Coincidentally, he just made everywhere outside his house a no-go zone. He's lost in the no-go zone of Goblin Land. That's right.
Are people actively patrolling to keep other people from races and religions? I'm not sure. Are the
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Disputes between gangs of, say, South Asian and white and Afro-Caribbean people? Quite possibly. I don't know. I haven't been able to get into the depths of that.
I've learned nothing. What he's saying is, I've learned nothing. So cutting edge journalism.
One thing for sure, though, is that large parts of Birmingham do not feel British. And when I say British, I mean
shut up.
World leading.
Shut up.
A lot of this city is embarrassing.
Oh, okay. It just ends like that. All right. It just ends like that then, I guess. Okay. There we go. It's done. Could science answer these questions? We may never know. This is how all fascists operate, right? It's how all fascists operate, right? There's not enough science. There's not enough data out there to confirm it, right? So you might go to these places and it might feel like nothing's wrong, but you'll know in the back of your head, right, where that subconscious racism, transphobia, fucking queerphobia, bigotry exists, right? You'll know there, yeah, that there's something wrong in it. It is embarrassing. You got your religion card, mate. It's a Unitarian Universalist zone. Everyone's welcome. Yeah, literally. Absolute twat. Oh, God, it's so funny. Like, what is happening? Not enough statues of Thatcher and Churchill, so it's scary, innit? Yeah. Is racism bad? Maybe one day we'll know for sure. You know, this guy's entire YouTube page is just all, like, full of this, like, nonsense. Like, look how, like, low effort this guy is, and he's got, like, twice as many subscribers as me. This is, like, depressing, dude. This is depressing. Like, such low effort bullshit. He's got that fucking Din Sans condensed bold raid whatever. Oh shit, Zach raid? What is going on? Where are my fucking like alerts? Why are my raid alerts not fucking happening? This didn't happen last night with Conrad. What's going on? Why is that not working? Hi Zach. Thank you for the raid. What? What's going on? Welcome in. I don't know why the alert didn't go off. Hold up a hot minute. Let me just show you the alert that you should have seen, yeah? The alert that you should have seen. Here it is. Kinda. There would have been a different one. What's going on, everyone? Welcome to the stream. Jabo, Bounce House, Zach, how was your stream? Everybody go follow Zach. He's incredible. How are you doing, man? Foxism, Froggy Mano. Zach, thank you so much for the raid. If you're coming in from Zach's stream and you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. I'm a housing activist. We are currently... Well, we just finished checking out this fucking idiot British racist guy talking about like, the no-go zones, like actually going to the no-go zones. And he could go there, even though he's white and British. It wasn't really a no-go zone, was it? Hey? You know? Interesting. Interesting that that's what happened. Next up, we got this guy. We got Nick Bano, and he's talking about why we need to abolish landlords. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Very excited to watch this. No content warnings necessary, unless you're a landlord. Unless you're a landlord apologist. Yeah? Good. Just watches the latest John the Duncan about Palestine. We're solid about Israel destroying all the water and agricultural infrastructure. Yep. That is what they're doing, innit? That is what's going on. Alright. Let's check this out. I'll put a link to this video in the chat. We're going to pin it. We're going to pin it right up. But yeah, everybody please go follow Zach. He's great. He's a great streamer. If you like my politics, you'll love his politics, etc., etc. There you go. Fuck this guy in the chat. Fuck unethical landlords. Yeah, man. I'm sure that there are ethical landlords out there, dude. I'm sure that that's definitely real. That's definitely how it works, isn't it?
The harmful economic system. We've got a lot of landlords see themselves as good people. They are participating in an immensely harmful economic system. We've got to make it embarrassing to be a landlord again. We've got to rediscover a sense of shame and a sense of direct participation in the harm that we see around us today. They seem to think that they're entitled to respect.
Hey, Babushka's final form.
I just feel that like the law is on their side, economics is on their side, the politicians are on their side, the courts are on their side. The idea that we shouldn't mock them and humiliate them and make them feel ashamed is laughable. Britain's wealth is rooted in landlordism, and that.
What about those who provide very cheap, affordable rent? No one does that. There's not one landlord that does that, is there? There's no such thing as affordable rent. Rent, by its very definition, is unaffordable. Yeah? It just is. There's a housing crisis in the imperial core. It's because landlords have just decided, let's put up everyone's rents. Yeah? That's the end of it.
That's a dangerous place to be in.
Nick Bano, hi. Welcome to...
What about a landlord that asks tenants to contribute what they can, 30% of their income? Yeah, they should also, like, stop commodifying housing. They're parasites. Like, they're not doing any work. They're not doing anything. You know? They don't deserve that money. That's the end of it.
It's Politics Joe.
Thanks so much for having me. Great to be here.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming. How would you like to introduce yourself?
I am a housing lawyer specialising in legal aid housing work. I've also got a bit of a background in more street politics kind of things and have an interest in a Marxist understanding of political economy.
And is that the impetus behind this book?
Yeah, I just felt like a lot of the writing we were seeing about how...
But they were the ones that worked their ass off to save money to buy the home? No, that's not true though, is it? And you know it. It's not true and you know it. You know what I mean? Like, you think we're all stupid and we haven't heard this stuff before and that, like, you're just going to say this stuff and we're going to be like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, they did, didn't they? They worked really hard to save money and buy their second home. Do you think we're fucking idiots, bro? Do you think we were born yesterday? What are you talking about? What if someone works minimum wage and works for 5 to 15 years? Yeah, they won't be able to afford a home. What world do you live in, bro? What world do you live in? What, like... Can I ask you a question? Dark Mamba 20. Can I ask you a question? Do you by any chance think that the character from Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, do you think Do you think that the character from Ayn Rand's book, Atlas Shrugged, John Galt, do you also think he's a real person? Do you think that? My dad worked overtime and on weekends, rarely having time for his family. He grinded for 20 years to afford a second home that got seized because of squatters. Let's go! Fuck you, Dad! Get fucked! Get fucked! Good. Fucking good, dude. I hope any other fucking extra house that he gets, that he just decides to get because he's fucking privileged as fuck and clearly doesn't work a minimum wage job. You even said 20 years, grinded for 20 years. You fucking idiot, dude. You fucking idiot, dude. Like destroying your own argument. My dad grinded for 20 years and worked on weekends and overtime, didn't see his fucking family. Right, so what you're saying is that nobody should have a life, yeah? Nobody should have a life. All right, cool, man. Cool.
Used some Marxist concepts a bit loosely, and I wanted to get really under the hood of the housing crisis and see how it works from a kind of...
Yeah, sorry you had a dad who prioritized working instead of being with his family. Sounds cringe. Maybe your dad should have spent time with you, then you wouldn't have been such a fuck boy.
By a Marxist perspective?
Yeah.
Well,
in a bit, bro.
Classical economists, neoclassical economists, see the role of economics as the allocation of scarce resources. And Marx opens Capital by saying, we live in a world that has so much stuff in it. There is so many commodities in the world. How is it that everyone is poor? So he starts from a place of abundance, and he tries to work out what the forces are in the world that make us live lives of misery and struggle in a world that produces so much.
It's too much of a compliment. Hey, Brendan.
Similar approach to housing.
Also, hi, strawman me, bro.
So much
and hi, hey, it's Ansel.
But there's an awful lot of housing. And how is it that when there's all this money and all these homes, we
thanks for the follow.
Packed to the gunnels with homes, how is it that all of us are living in housing poverty and in very, very bad conditions?
Is that why you've just written...
Also, Catgirl Steph in the chat says, that's straight up bullshit. So many buy-to-let mortgages are interest only, so they just sell it at the end of the term to pay off the balance, right? Yeah.
For The Guardian, about how we don't need more supply.
Yeah, it really touched a nerve. The supply issue is really kind of a throw.
No, yeah, I mean, like, look, I'm not gonna lie, Froggy Mano. Yeah, I'm not gonna, like, feel so much sympathy for his dad for having, like, a second home. I'm not about to do that. I'm not about to be like, oh no, he's a victim of capitalism. He's got a second home. Yeah, I'm not about that life. Talk to me when I can get like one home in it. You know what I mean? Come back and talk to me when I can like afford one home. And then maybe I might like consider having like a bit of sympathy for like his dad.
Line in the
for having a second home, you know?
I have this quick justification of why I'm not talking about supply, but I feel that supply has dominated the discourse for so long that people found it really surprising.
Right, exactly. You know, this guy doesn't know that there's people in this chat who've been working for 22 years of their life and are like under threat of being made homeless. You know what I mean?
A lot of people found it quite upsetting and shocking that you challenge the accepted wisdom, that you kind of put the property developers to proof that there is this massive shortage, because that's not really what the stats bear out if we look at Britain in historical terms or if we look at the UK in comparative international terms.
But I mean, you know, I suppose that accepted wisdom is because you would think that with more supply that would, I suppose, liquidate the market and make the housing stock more affordable.
Yeah.
Is that not true?
Well, that's the thinking. I think it's difficult to find a great deal of evidence for that. If it does work like that, then the amount of surplus you'd need to build to have any meaningful impact on price would be staggering. And given that the planet is dying, and given that there are other ways of doing it, given that we can regulate a housing market out of crisis, then it seems to me dangerous to obsess ourselves with the
My job would require 80 plus hours to barely pay all my expenses to live on my own, let alone save money for everything. Yeah.
supply
Yeah.
to build a vast surplus when we don't need to, when we can just tweak a few legal and economic levers and get ourselves out of it that way.
Talk to me about regulating the prices down.
Yeah, so in most countries, in most sensible places around the world, landlords don't have a complete free rein to work out what they can extract from tenants without physically killing them. In most places around the world, there's some sort of cap or break or regulation.
Yeah, but lots of landlords do fucking kill their fucking tenants. I don't know, like, I don't know how much research he's done, but, like, there's a lot of people who end up, like, dying, falling through the cracks of society because landlords end up killing their tenants. You know what I mean? Yeah, he grinded 20 hours a week at a minimum wage job, neglected his family, then being a parasite didn't work out for him. Wah! Yeah, I'm not... Yeah, miss me with that sympathy, man. I'm not about to cry about that.
That governs the way in which rental markets work. And of course, historically, that was the case here too, but it was completely destroyed in the late 80s and early 90s. So we're quite unusual in not having any form of rent regulation. And one of the things that lots of us are campaigning for is to restore it, with the hope that that would restore ourselves to something like a pre-crisis state of affairs.
Because this landmark policy is going to be introduced.
Yeah, black mold killing their tenants.
But the accepted wisdom of that down here is that actually drives up prices.
Like the only hope that I've got of owning a house, right, is when, like, one of my parents dies. Do you know what I mean? Like, and it's more likely to be like my mum than my dad, because when my dad dies, my stepmom's gonna get his house. I can't just move in there with her, innit? You know what I mean? But then when, like, my stepdad dies, my mum's gonna get, like, a bit of dough. She's gonna get another gaff, and I might get her gaff wherever she ends up, in it. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, cool. So, like, my mum is 23 years older than me. You know, women live a bit longer than men. So maybe I might have 10 years in my own gaff. Cool, man. Cool.
I don't know if that's the accepted wisdom. I think it's said a lot. I think it's said an awful lot. And I think it's true that rent controls can be done badly. But that's not a conceptual problem with rent controls. If it were the case that rent controls were generally bad, then they would have been abolished in every country in Europe, when, of course, they tend to be present in most European countries. Where there are problems with implementing rent
Still living on a sofa unhoused, I could get a bit spicy if I see people say stuff in chat like that. Yeah, you can.
A particular policy is leading to problems, and therefore...
Not even nowadays with inheritance tax. Yeah, that's right.
In Scottish housing is bizarre to me.
But, I mean, so in layman's terms, and feel free to talk to me like an idiot, if you're going to set a period of time in which rents cannot rise, is that not going to give way to landlords just pushing up the prices to start with?
It might, but then, of course, that's a short-term pain for a much longer-term public benefit. And I also think that all of these scare stories we hear about rent controls generally paint a picture of a world that's a lot better than the one we're currently living in. Like,
who is this interviewer? This is why I don't listen to Politics Joe, man. Like, the politics of Politics Joe are painfully centrist. Like, what kind of am I literally, like, the only, like, you know, we got maybe, like, I don't know, one fucking person in the UK talking about unionizing, right? Joining a union, actually doing dual power building, actually talking about, like, proper housing, revolution, not reform. Is it just me? Like, is it just me?
Like, a lot of these hellscapes I would take over the present housing crisis that so many people are suffering through.
Right. What about, I mean, is there not a possibility as well that, I mean, over the last couple of years, obviously, you know, well, after COVID, we've seen a sharp rise, a ridiculous rise in rents, particularly in, you know,
I fucking forget Novara Media, innit? You know what I mean? Novara Media with Aaron Pistani fucking, like, talking shit about the Cass review and report, and Michael Walker saying shit like, oh, them boys do want to play with trucks and girls do want to play with dresses. Like, shut up, man.
In London, in Manchester.
Shut up.
And even actually suburban towns. But is there not a chance that rents are going to come down by themselves?
What is she smoking, man? What? She can't be serious. Yeah, literally British the Young Turks. Yeah, that's what Novara Media feels like. I feel like Ash Sarkar's gonna leave him pretty soon.
Well, the class of landlords is not known for being generous and unself-interested. They're, of course, assisted by...
It has to be a bit, right? A tangible opium. She has to be asking these questions on purpose to demonstrate nonsense, right? She can't be that much of a lib, whoever this interviewer is.
Lettings agents, whose only job it is to tell them, look, this is what we think the market will tolerate. This is what you can get out of this property. So it would be surprising if landlords acted against their own self-interest by saying, I'm going to undercut and go below the market rent.
Yeah, that's right.
So there's a chain then that's driving rents at the moment.
There are structural forces at work. I think when a landlord buys a rental property, baked into that sale price is the idea that the rent will keep on rising.
Yeah,
that's what makes it valuable to them. So when a landlord says, I'm not going to put the rent up in line with the market.
That's why you hear like landlords complaining all the time about like, oh, the mortgage, I can't afford the mortgage. Right, well, don't get a mortgage on a buy-to-let. Don't get a buy-to-let mortgage then, dude. Just don't do it, innit?
I'm going to keep it low. That signals or contributes to the idea that it wasn't worth the purchase price in the first place. It signals or contributes to the idea that the next landlord who wants to buy it is not making a very good investment because, in fact, the rent it's currently generating is lower. So there's a structural impetus on landlords to raise the rent. It justifies the purchase price of their product. It's not just mean people saying we want to drive people further into poverty.
So...
Didn't know that about Novara Media. Just saw one clip of Ash saying she's a communist and subscribed just in case I wanted to see her stuff later. Look, Novara Media have some good stuff. There's that one guy, Barnaby, whatever his name is. Yeah? Nah, I know what you meant, Brendan. It's all good. There's that one guy, I can't remember his name. He's got a dead posh name, but he's dead based. He's like a class traitor kind of guy, and he's super based when it comes to Palestine. Ash is really good. Like, Ash is like legitimately a communist, but like Aaron Bastani, he's an accelerationist. Lib, he's a moderate. Like, he loves Keir Starmer. He wants to vote for Keir Starmer despite the transphobia. So is Michael Walker. Like, he fucking loves fucking Keir Starmer and all this shit. It's just like nonsense, man. Maybe she's playing Lib to ask the questions to get the answers, right? But like, you know, you don't have to. You don't have to do that. Yeah, but Bastani helped 3 protesters get arrested. Like, he tweeted pictures of protesters with t-shirts of paragliders, yeah, sort of like nodding to the liberation attempt on October the 7th. Knowing that would get them arrested. And they got arrested. He's a fucking cop. I don't care if he wrote fully automated luxury communism. He's a twat. You know what I mean? The Young Turks had some good stuff, and then Benny left them. Yeah, you know, like these like moderate left platforms can have good stuff. It just doesn't mean that they're revolutionary. It doesn't mean that they're actively trying to like change the world for the better. It just means that they're trying to make money for themselves. Like, oh, you know, wow, I got into a nice media job where all I have to do is, you know, talk about whatever. Barnaby Rain, is that the guy's name? I just have to like be like moderately left, appeal to like, you know, Keir Starmer's base. Because I know what it's like to be like an actual like communist, anarchist, internationalist in this country. My last TikTok that popped off where I was talking about how funny it was that Labour was imploding back in like February or March or whenever it was, when they had that whole deal with Azhar Ali in Rochdale. And they were getting accused of anti-Semitism. And I was like, listen, what this country needs is a leader with strong socialist policies like Jeremy Corbyn did. And they're just like, they're still getting these like anti-Semitism things, accusations thrown at them and all this stuff. It's fucking ridiculous. They're never going to go as right as as they think they need to go to escape those kinds of allegations, it's just stupid. They should, and like everyone in those fucking comments, they're all like furious Keir Starmer voters, furious liberals being like, they're not actually imploding though, are they? Well, you know, Keir Starmer's the only choice that we've got. You know, like that's what it's like to actually have some scruples and morals. You know what I mean? One time that happened to me with some other streamer, I realized that streamer was a Vosh supporter. Fucking goblin boy. He called the Houthis pirates as an insult at all the same time. It really sucked. Yeah, you know, like, this is the thing. Like, you know, if you see like a popular streamer who's got like loads of viewers and that, I don't know, man. I just don't think the heads at Twitch are like promoting revolutionary communist anarchist streamers. I just don't think that we're showing up in people's recommendeds. You know what I mean? I just don't think that happens, you know? I don't think like you get good growth out of doing that. Like the only time that I get like big mad numbers nowadays is when people come in from raids. You know what I mean? Ever since I started like encouraging people to like sub off Twitch, you know, donate directly to my PayPal, which is funny actually, because like my viewership went down, but the amount of money that I got like remained the same and kind of increased. It's like, oh, okay, all right. The UK doesn't even have a Trump that the liberals could keep placing the blame on, do they? Well, no, they do. They say it all the time. They say like, oh, do you want another 4 years of Tory? Like they do it all the time. You know. They're always saying that shit, like, oh, don't vote for Keir Starmer, you'll get another 4 years of Tory. And it's like, I don't know what the difference will be, dude. Show me what the difference will be. How's it going to be better, bro? Like, how's my material conditions going to go up? How's the material conditions of all my queer friends going to go up? What's going to happen with my trans friends? What's going to happen with, like, racialized people? What's going to happen with migrants? Like, everything that Labour says is, like, fucking reactionary. Like, you know what I mean? And they're all there going like, do you want another 4 years of Tory? They're the fucking same. We will get another 4 years of Tory. It's just going to be painted red. Nonsense. That'll go on TikTok. That's another TikTok right there.
Going back to what you were talking about before then, when you were talking about how supply is not driving house prices. So, I mean, is it landlords? What is the root cause? What is driving?
The Marxist argument is that rents in cities are what he calls monopoly prices. So it's the highest price that will be tolerated under given social circumstances without physically, driving the class of tenants out of existence. Mm-hmm. And what landlords have been doing over the past few decades is realizing and developing their economic power. And what seems to be happening at the moment is landlords are realizing that they can just say, do you know what, there is a fee for viewing. And they say it and it becomes true. It's not that there's suddenly a massive structural adjustment in the number of people or the number of homes. It's landlords demonstrating the economic power they have over us. They make a demand, they see if we meet it, and when we do, they say, that is the reality now.
But is that happening all over then?
It's certainly happening in London.
They're charging for viewing, or am I sorry? Did I just misinterpret that?
I've heard rumours about charging for viewings. I've heard rumours about bidding wars. I've heard rumours about listed rents not being the actual rent you pay. And of course, the more landlords cotton onto this, the worse the problem becomes.
Right. So we're creating our own demise actually by giving in to them.
We don't really have a choice.
No, we do have a choice. Come on, Nick. You know we have a choice. It's called unionizing. It's called organizing your fucking building. You find someone who's got the same landlord as you, boom, that's a union. You're a tenants union now. Cool. Start organizing. Start doing campaigns. Start doing advice assemblies. Start telling people what their rights are. Start doing know your rights sessions. You know what I mean?
We're not being generous here. I mean, we really do need places to live. And if this is the demand that landlords make of us, we don't really have a choice but to say, well, that's what I'll have to do.
Can you talk to me about state-backed rent rising that you talk about in Burke?
So when you have these short-life tenancies which dominate the private rented sector, where you have absolutely no security, landlords are free to demand whatever rent they want. And when the state says, this is the housing benefit, and by the way, I'm putting housing benefits up, what the landlords can do is just generate that state spending into additional income for themselves. They can raise the rents in line with housing benefit rises when there is no cap, when there is no break. So you have this system where even the best intentioned policies of the state, which are aimed to kind of reduce poverty and to make people's lives easier, are just converted into higher state spending on landlords, which of course is a massive problem for the tax bill.
Oh, what? You thought when I said there is something we can do, you thought this? Is that what you thought? Is that what you thought?
A massive benefit for landlords.
So the taxpayer is subsidising landlords.
To the tune of billions of pounds, and it's a number that keeps going up.
Makes me feel really good, that.
Yeah, well, you must be a landlord.
No, I mean, just I'm paying
yeah,
twice.
I'm joking. Well, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's the state that's paying. It's obviously tenants that are paying, and it's employers that are paying, because obviously wages in this country have to be sensationally high just so that people can meet their housing.
Thank you for the follow.
But also with housing benefit, a landlord doesn't have to take a tenant that is on housing benefit. They can say that certain properties are exempt for some reason.
Well, in principle, they do, because it tends to be unlawfully discriminatory to refuse to take housing benefit tenants. But that tends to take brave and dogged tenants bringing legal challenges. It's not
like that. This is why we need tenants unions. This is why tenants unions are so important, because that's a campaign, right? That's a campaign, isn't it? You know, if you raise a lot of awareness, if you use a lot of leverage, like whatever leverage you can get about, you know, a landlord or a letting agent in particular, like if you can use something, if you have anything to be able to like negotiate with, you could create a campaign and you can be like, right, it's time to stop being fucking classist, right? It's time to stop being discriminatory. And if people are on benefits, you need to let them rent, right? You can't just evict someone because they got fucking universal credit. You can't just evict someone because they got PIP. You know what I mean? And like this guy's saying, like bringing legal challenges, it's like, well, you know, if you can get legal aid, like this guy is like a legal aid lawyer to do shit like that, which is why he's probably saying like, yeah, you got to bring a legal challenge to a landlord, but you can do it with negotiation and campaigns. You know what I mean? You can be like, look, if you're getting someone on benefits, they get housing benefits as part of their universal credit. That comes every month. It's going to be fucking absolutely guaranteed. Yeah. You know, that Kevin fucking McDonnell and Samuel Leeds, they love to talk about trying to persuade landlords with low guaranteed rent, right? When you're about to do some kind of fucking subletting scam. And, you know, that is something that you'll get from having a tenant on benefits, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Very good at filtering through into the reality of the world.
Like, yeah, they might have their benefits cut, they might get sanctioned, but that's far more likely to happen if they have an what do you call it? What's the words? Precarious housing situation.
Yeah,
we know that it happens a lot. But what you do have is the sort of base layer of housing provision in Britain is met by housing benefit. That's the state kind of underwriting the bottom of the housing market, and everything else is built on top of that. So as and when housing benefit rises and the lowest rents rise to match those, the higher up rents rise with it, and it's a tide that seems to be lifting all ships.
Yeah.
So housing benefit is driving high rents?
In part, and obviously I'm not saying the state is bad and the state should cut housing benefit. Of course it shouldn't. But I do think it's interesting to think about the way in which the state is tearing its hair out, saying, what are we going to do about the housing crisis? While at the same time just having this open checkbook and saying, landlords can demand what they want and we will just continue to pay.
But what's the simple resolution to that
Let him
then?
cook.
Because, I mean, when you talk about supply or, you know, supply not being the answer, if there was a supply of homes that were owned by the council, is that not a resolution to the housing benefit crisis?
Absolutely.
He's involved with the LRU. Well, yeah, this is the thing. Like, that's what I was thinking, right? That's what I was thinking. He's probably like the legal, he probably works for like a company like Greater Manchester Law Centre. So like we have a partnership with Greater Manchester Law Centre and we make referrals to Greater Manchester Law Centre based on, you know, case by case basis. Like, is it getting too difficult for union activists to deal with the dispute? You know, I made a referral just yesterday because of a certain dispute that I'm dealing with, and that person needs representation in court because they have a hearing, right? So yeah, no, I get that. I do get that for sure.
Absolutely, and of course,
let's see what he cooks up.
Housing council tenants are rent capped. Housing tenants are rent controlled. Same with social housing providers.
That's so funny actually, because this guy's an author in it, right? And he's involved in some way with London Renters Union, and our very own Greater Manchester Tenants Union staff member, Isaac Rose. He's just written a book about the rentier city, it's called.
If we did that in the private rented sector,
so there you go.
State spending on housing would massively go down. You know, I'm particularly concerned about the housing that's provided to homeless households, which are often charged nightly, which are charged at utterly exorbitant rates, and many of them are in buildings that the council had once built as council housing. So the state's paid for it once, and now it's continuing to pay for it over and over again in the form of private rents.
So this goes back to Margaret Thatcher?
A lot of it does. It goes back to Margaret Thatcher and to Tony Blair, because, of course, while it's right to point out that Thatcher dismantled rent controls, what kept the landlords in check for most of the 20th century was that they were scared that whenever the Tories were generous to landlords, Labour would come and turn it round again. And when you have a long-term investment like land, that tended to
We were so close to getting fucking socialism in this country, man.
keep the landlords at bay a bit. So when Tony Blair
neoliberalism just fucking fucked everything,
said rent controls are never coming back, I'm keeping what Thatcher had.
Right.
That signals to the landlords, you go wild, you go crazy.
So what sort of signal is Keir Starmer sending to landlords at the moment then? If we take the premise that perhaps...
This will be good. This will be fucking good. I can't wait. Can't wait to hear what signal Keith is sending to landlords.
Perhaps he's utilising a bit of Blair.
Well, I think he's being curiously quiet, and I think what's interesting is that he's been outflanked on the renters' rights bill. I don't think it's a policy he himself would have come up with, and he can't do very much better than the bill that the Tories originally put forward. So he's not saying very much about housing, but what he is nothing extraordinary, nothing remarkable compared to what any other politician is saying.
The Renters Reform Bill, I mean, it has dominated the news cycle, partly because it's the only policy that is actually being put forward by...
Yeah, it's also unfit for purpose now, because they've put so many amendments in it. Like, the Tories are probably going to pass it before they leave office. They're probably going to force it through before they leave, before they get voted out. And, so they can say, oh, look, we were so progressive on housing policy. But there are so many amendments now that make it easier for landlords to get around the abolishing of Section 21. It's like they've abolished Section 21, but it created this like round the back avenue for landlords to be like, yeah, well, it's not because I'm just evicting them for no reason. We're gonna move in, but they don't have to prove it. They don't have to prove that they're gonna move in at all. So it just serves landlords. It's a nonsense bill now. It started out quite good, but it's nonsense now.
By the Conservatives at the moment. And a lot of those, the original ideas have been watered down and they have been relaxed.
Yeah.
But there is one little bit in there about Section 21
Yes.
that I find really interesting.
Yes.
And I was just wondering, what's your interpretation of abolishing Section 21?
But, if they abolish Section 21, but they say that they can evict people for, like, quote-unquote antisocial behaviour, which isn't even defined in British law properly, then, like, what is, like... oh, my tenant's being antisocial, and they don't have to prove it. They just apply to the courts, and they're like, get the tenant out. They're being antisocial, and then they might get a knock from the cops and all. You know what I mean? And then put away, get a criminal record, etc. You know what I mean? It's the same, but with some extra paper. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
When I saw the bill, I thought it was surprisingly good. I think when the Tories were kind of forced into making this pledge in the 2019 election manifesto, I think they thought it was quite a technical, fluffy, family-friendly policy. I don't think they quite realised that Section 21 is one of the key kind of cornerstones of the Thatcherite housing settlement.
Yeah, which is really funny actually. They were like, don't worry, we'll abolish no-fault evictions. And yeah, Thatcher kind of like created those. and also it's one of the main causes of homelessness in this country, Section 21. You know, I'm always going on about this, so I'm sorry if you're hearing this record again and again and again off me. But also, Section 21 is another way for landlords to just increase rent, because you can't increase rent with a tenant in the property without a Section 13. And if you get a Section 13, you can challenge it. You can go to a rent tribunal. And so obviously, if you don't agree to a rent rise, a landlord can just give you a Section 21, raise the rent, get another tenant in.
As I explained a minute ago, it's what allows landlords to demand a higher rent whenever housing benefit goes up.
Yeah.
So when you abolish Section 21 and introduce that little bit more security, it becomes that much easier for tenants to say, actually, I'm not paying this higher rent. You're going to have to go through a legal process to raise it. So it could have the effect of dampening the kind of runaway pace of rent rises that we're used to seeing. I think if it is abolished, it'll take some time to bed in, because of course it's been abolished in Scotland, and Scotland is still, Scottish tenants are finding their power, and Scottish landlords are realising the loss of theirs. But those kind of behavioural changes can take years, if not decades, to bed in.
There's gotta be some big kick up the arse for organising in fucking Scotland, because if that's the case, if the bill is different in Scotland and it's not got all these like landlord amendments in it to help them and shit like that, there's like a real chance of being able to like end landlordism in Scotland. That would be so good.
Well, also, I mean, you know, there's a theoretical loss of power that could be experienced by the landlord, but you know, we've just spoken about housing benefit a moment ago, and we said that, you know, even though landlords don't take tenants that have housing benefits, even though that they are legally required to. So, I mean, will it actually, you know, will it give power back to tenants, do you think, in actual practice? Because how many young people, especially in today's market, have the time or the know-how to take a landlord to court?
Yeah, and of course that's going to be the challenge that the housing movement faces. It's going to be reskilling a generation of renters as to their rights. But I do think it's going to be crucial in terms of the number of people who don't complain to their landlords about housing conditions because of Section 21. It suddenly gives them a much safer environment to do that, to say, you know, I pay you money for this service.
Yeah.
You've got to fix the boiler, you've got to fix the damp.
That's really interesting about not complaining, because it's true, isn't it?
So to be clear, like there are ways to get around this stuff with your landlord in the UK, right? So if you have disrepair in your property, right, and you have, I don't know, told your landlord about it once and you've got it in text, right? Make sure you tell them about it again, like give them a week to respond, and if they've not responded and you send them like another email like a couple of weeks later and then they don't respond again, you can go to your council and say, my landlord has not responded to the disrepair in my house, can you send an environmental officer around to think about maybe doing an inspection and having a repair order on the property? Because what that does in Manchester, at least, now this might not be the case in other councils, but with Manchester City Council at least, I know that protects you from eviction for 6 months. You can't get evicted even from rent arrears in 6 months after that. So I would say if you're looking to, like, you know, make a bit of a pain for your landlord, you could just go ahead and, well, it's not even making a bit of pain for your landlord for like a laugh or whatever. It's like, yeah, if you want to, like, you know, get the shit in your gaff sorted so that like the next tenant that comes in after you doesn't have to deal with it, then that's the way to go about it. And it's not that hard because landlords just don't respond, do they? Do you know what I mean? Letting agents don't respond, landlords don't respond.
Most tenants don't.
That's why we have like an epidemic of letting agents saying like, oh yeah, don't worry, we'll send someone around to fix it. And they come round, and if it's something like mold, they just paint over it. Because then they can say that they've done something about it, so there can't be a repair order on the property.
Speak up because they are worried that they're going to be evicted.
I mean, I think it's true for all of us. I think we've all experienced it. And I think one of the really weird and amazing things about the housing market here is that if your landlord comes round and says, oof, there's a bit of a damp problem, I'm going to do something about that, you genuinely don't know whether that's the landlord behaving themselves or the landlord gearing up to evict you.
Yeah.
So even if you have a nice landlord, you live under such a looming threat that, you know,
some cases landlord repairs cause more damage, yeah,
and their mental health and their capacity to build their lives. It's a horrible situation.
Landlords don't really do too well with being told that they have to, with more regulations being slapped on them. I mean, a couple of years ago we were talking about actually.
Has this video been really, really loud, chat, and have I been really quiet? I'm so sorry if that's the case.
It might have been last year. We were talking about.
I've not been monitoring the levels of this stream. I'm so sorry.
Energy efficiency
yes.
and how all
same volume. Okay, good.
Energy efficient. You couldn't have single glazing or a roof that allowed heat to evaporate. How did that increased regulation go down?
Well, it wasn't popular, and it's really interesting.
I'm sniffing my feet.
Years ago, it would have been seen as something of a fringe issue, but with the massive rise in energy bills.
It's okay for you? Okay.
People's homes is life-changing financial decisions, and it's only fair that landlords should, the ones who benefit from the housing crisis, should be the ones who ensure that tenants aren't losing money, not only by paying their rent, but by paying extortionate energy bills for leaky flats and poor energy performance.
But of course, if you add on these costs to landlords,
you want to go
costs
play?
That many would argue are actually just basic.
Big yawn.
Provisions that make somewhere livable, landlords apparently decide that they don't want to rent their homes out anymore. So what's the solution to that?
Well, this is, I sort of take them at their word, and this is exactly what happened in the previous century, that where it became unprofitable to be a landlord, they sold up, and that was generally seen to be a good thing because it means more owner-occupiers, it means more ability for local authorities to buy properties and repurpose them or redevelop them as council tenancies, and it just means more people living in better forms of tenure than the private rented sector.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Steph. Actually, no. The solution to it is that we just have those houses.
Do you think that councils would want to repurchase private property?
We know that they did. We know that they spent a lot of the 70s and 80s doing exactly that. Of course, things are a bit different now, but local politicians fall over themselves to promise more social housing. And if landlords were having to sell up at bargain basement prices, it's a good opportunity for local authorities.
There's quite an interesting Lib Dem policy that came out a couple of months ago. That's something that you don't hear very often, but that they wanted to sort of devolve planning permission. So they wanted to give local areas more opportunity to decide what is in their local area.
Yeah.
Do you think that councils would be
I don't. What are they? How is that different? I don't understand. Like, if you want to develop something in Manchester, you go to the council, and they have a planning meeting. They have a planning committee that's already devolved. I don't understand. Is that not the case in you have to apply to Westminster for planning permit for development and shit? That's not true, is it? What's that? What does that mean?
Able to purchase private property and make it into social housing if local people were able to decide what those properties.
Oh, are they talking about like a What is this? What is this? Lib Dem Devolution Planning Permission. What is that? Housing. Right. So I think that this is what it is. I think this is what she's referring to. Allowing councils to buy land for housing developments based on current use rather than on a hope value based on planning application by reforming the Land Compensation Act 1961 and strengthening their powers to build their own homes. Is that communities and local government? Local authorities' key roles cut emissions. Communities' rights to equality, political reform. Transfer greater powers away from Westminster and Whitehall to the nations and regions that make up the Union. New federal constitutional settlement. Opposing both a second independence referendum and independence. I was literally about to say, these are some decent policies, and then I read that one and I was like, no! National security priority to protect the UK's democratic processes from threats or interference. Oh my god, shut up, bro. Maintain the UK's support for NATO. Oh my god. Alright, whatever. I can't find what she's talking about.
Properties were going to be used for.
I mean, to be fair, in the last century, the way it worked was massive amounts of government grants and public money. If the government was interested in doing that, then I think they would probably have to fund it.
Typical
or at
liberals,
least
yeah.
change the way in which local authorities can access public loans. But we know it can be done if there's a political will for it, because it happened 50 years ago.
Do you think that there is a political will for it, or will there be under Starmer? I know you said that he hasn't spoken much about housing, but can you imagine it would be quite high up the agenda?
I really hope that things will start to change. I really hope that we start to remember the old wisdom that we had throughout the 20th century in terms of what's called municipalisation, buying property off distressed landlords. I don't know if it will happen, but what I think is hopeful is that we're now starting to remember to have these conversations again about how grubby and harmful the business of landlordism is, about how we have it within our grasp to take property away from them and repurpose it if we really want to. And it encourages me that this is suddenly a hot topic. This is something we're beginning to talk about again.
I know you're probably asked this all the time, but for the sake of the tape, can you explain to me what you mean by the grubby business of landlords?
I think a lot of landlords see themselves as good people, and I'm sure they probably are, but they are participating in an immensely harmful economic system. They are profiting from an immensely harmful system. And the way I think of it is it's a bit like people who use their phones while they're driving. Everyone seems to think they have some particular and unique excuse, but when you think about it statistically at a social level, we know that it's immensely dangerous. And anyone who is a landlord is not just profiting, they're profiting sort of 3 times. They're getting the rental income, they're getting their mortgage paid off.
Look at this polite boy. Look at this very polite boy. He's like, Dad, it's time for you to play with me. Look, he does this all the time. Whenever he's ready to play, he'll sit by the door for a bit. He does a little brrr, a little chirp, and he'll sit by the door for a bit like that. And in a minute, you might see him. Yeah. All right. Let's change the Tom cam to like Tom being patient. Yeah. You might see him in a minute start to do his little bits of like indications where he's like trying to tell me that he's ready for play. Yeah. I will play with him when the stream's done. He has to learn to be patient.
Getting capital gains.
You gotta be
so
patient.
Even those landlords who think, well, I could be charging more, they're doing extraordinarily well. And they're
gotta be patient.
They're doing extraordinarily well to everybody else's loss.
It's really interesting, that phone analogy.
Yeah.
Do you think landlord?
There he goes. Where's he going? What's he doing?
Is it rooted in individualism?
It is here, and that's a weird thing about Britain is that almost all of our landlords are just individual people. I think again the old wisdom is worth discovering here, because throughout the 20th century, the landlord was this figure of scorn, this really hated, reviled character. And there was a massive and deliberate social change under Thatcher and under Blair to reinvent the landlord, instead of being this kind of often violent, always unpalatable character, to be this sort of state-sanctioned, petty investor, an acceptable topic for the dinner table. And I think if we want to be serious about reversing the housing crisis, we've got to make it embarrassing to be a landlord again. We've got to rediscover a sense of shame and a sense of direct participation in the harm that we see around us today.
I've heard jokes before that landlords used to be hung out of windows.
I don't like...
Not physically. Sorry, by their feet, just to be clear.
Yeah, well, more often it was landlords doing the violence. I'm not a fan of kind of chauvinist language around landlords. I think, it can lead to some nasty things. I do think they ought to be embarrassed. I do think they ought to be ridiculed.
Defenestrate is a fun word. It is.
Me that whenever...
No, but that's also a good point, Jenna. I think he missed that. I don't know if it's just something that like slips his mind, but like, yeah, no, there are corporate landlords now, like actual corporations. It's not just an individual guy anymore. You know, Thornley Groves is a big letting agent that's also a landlord, you know? Literally owns properties.
There is sort of a protest or a direct action about a landlord. They seem to think that they're entitled to respect, and I just feel that like the law is on their side, economics is on their side, the politicians are on their side, the courts are on their side. The idea that we shouldn't mock them and humiliate them and make them feel ashamed is laughable.
Why do you think all of those that you've just listed, why are they on the side of landlords?
Well, we're in a dangerous situation where the argument of the book is that the housing market more broadly is rooted in profitable landlordism. What generates the vast house prices is the idea that if you're selling your house, you have to sell it to someone who may or may not be a landlord. So anyone buying it would have to at least compete with a landlord who's able to command these extravagant rents. So that the rented sector is intimately tied in to the housing market more broadly. Mm-hmm. The government really, really, really can't have the housing market fail because it's destroyed a system of pensions, it's destroyed a system of social care, it's presided over a system of wage restraint, and house prices for an awful lot of people are the only kind of stability they have, the only kind of economic well-being they have. So a direct attack on landlordism is a much broader attack on the housing economy more broadly. So it's dangerous territory to be in, and I think if you don't want to be cynical about it and simply say, oh well, the MPs are all landlords and they're all in each other's pockets. If you want to be more generous, then the interpretation is they know that this, Britain's wealth is rooted in landlordism.
Tories' policies given on their pamphlets is building housing for landlords, yeah.
And that's a dangerous place to be in.
But that's really interesting because then as the number of renters grow every single year.
Small personal landlord like the royal family, right?
You're created.
Or at least here. Wait, are you not in the UK, Willada? The royal family owns, like, the king is the biggest landlord in the country, yeah. Yeah, he is. He owns a lot of land. A lot of fucking properties. I can't remember. I think like the amount of money that the king brings in rent is something to the tune of like 2.1 billion or maybe more, maybe 21 billion. I can't remember. And that's like yearly.
There, you've got an asset class who are able to, you're talking about, social care, adult social care. They're going to be able to fund that. They're going to have a pension in that. Then you're going to have an entire cohort of people who physically can't do it. Is that not going to be more expensive for the state in the long term?
And not only can they not do it, but of course they're paying for the social care of their landlords and property owners. It is something of a zero-sum game, and it's right that the bigger this phenomenon of
there's a baron that owns more properties than the king, but you forgot the name, yeah.
Have to look after.
Yeah.
The irony being, of course, they dismantled that system in the first place.
We, at Greater Manchester Tenants Union, we found some tenants whose houses were owned by Cherie Blair. Tony Blair's wife. And yeah, even if there was things going on, I wouldn't be able to tell you like what we were doing. But you know, there isn't anything going on. We didn't get any like disputes on the go with those folks, but yeah, it was just such a joke for us to find out like, oh, okay, like this whole street in Manchester is just owned by Cherie Blair. Mental. Just mental. Oh, you're a continental, right? Okay, yeah. So you're in one of the countries that have like a royal family still. Yeah, solidarity.
And replaced it with one of property rights, and it's coming back to bite them.
It feels like the state has gotten larger then.
Well, the housing benefit bill certainly gotten larger. What the state is doing with its money seems to be a lot less.
Right.
It's wild, right?
So much
wild.
money is just diverted straight from taxes to other people's mortgages and other people's pockets.
When we look at councils and the number of councils that are going bankrupt at the moment, how much of that do you think is linked to the increased pressures that they're facing with housing?
Well, the councils themselves are being incredibly honest about that and saying we can't afford to house our homeless populations, we can't afford to meet the temporary accommodation costs we have, and we can't afford to replenish our social housing stocks. Housing and social care is obviously one of the biggest items of local authority spending, and it blows my mind that if we wanted to, we could just sort that out with rent controls, and we choose not to. We choose to let local authorities go bust instead.
Just want to go back to a bit of the theory that you've got in the book.
Yeah.
So you talk about Karl Marx and Adam Smith, and you link them, and you say that both of them would not like the current housing system that we have. Can you tell me why?
Well, Marx and Smith both argued, and it's traditionally been true on the right, that landlordism is not a good thing. It's not a profitable economic activity. It's a pure drag on social production. It's taking away wealth that was created by other people. That was a wisdom that held true for a very long time. And I think we've mentioned in the 1970s this kind of very relaxed attitude towards the collapse of the private rented sector. And it's us who are living in this really weird political moment where the right supports landlords. You would think that the right would be interested.
Hugh Grosvenor is the name of that baron. Yeah.
In lower wage bills and successful businesses. Instead, they seem to. They're very interested in property development, fine, but that seems to be intimately tied up with landlordism as well. So they find themselves coming out to bat for landlords in the name of property development, but that carries with it the idea that the state should carry on spending all this money on housing benefit, diverting all of this tax and these wages to the already wealthy.
To make a crass argument off the back of that, you could say, I didn't think that the right liked benefit scroungers.
There you go, exactly.
Which is what you're essentially saying that they are.
Yes, the entire housing benefit bill that goes to the private sector is, you're right, a form of benefit scrounging.
It's extraordinary. We touched on Margaret Thatcher earlier. Can you tell me how important Right to Buy was in creating some of the issues that we have now?
Yeah, I think...
Okay, this is really, really huge, actually. This is massive.
It's really sad. I think if I happened to be running a nice local authority and I wanted to build council housing, I probably wouldn't bother, because we saw this week the news that this beautiful award-winning scheme in Norwich, an awful lot of it has been sold off under the Right to Buy within 3 years of its life. And what is the earthly point of investing massive amount of public resources in a social generational good if it's going to disappear and be repurposed as a sort of private gain?
Yo, no way. The writers of Sesame Street have unanimously authorized the strike. Let's go. 35 writers unionized with the WGA start picketing outside the Sesame Workshop offices in New York City as soon as April 24th. Let's go. Oh yeah. Let's go. That goes so hard.
Gain within years of its existence. And you have this idea that the state's already paid for all of this stuff once. It's built it as a social good, and it's now paying for it again in the form of repurposed right to buy flats being re-let as private, often temporary accommodation at extortionate rates.
So, I mean, what do you do about that? Do you get rid of right to buy? Would you have never done the scheme in the first place?
I don't think abolishing right to buy should be remotely controversial. I don't think it's controversial in Scotland where it's already happened. It's a real like fringe demand to keep right to buy in place, or at least it should be. You know, you should be embarrassed to stand up and say, I think public assets should be sold off in perpetuity.
Yeah.
And let the state pay for them over and over again in the form of rents.
You see, you don't hear it from that side of it too often because it's normally a very emotive argument, you know, that a man has a right to own his own home.
Yeah.
And it's always sold as a sort of like, it's actually sold as a bit of a fairy tale, actually.
Yeah.
And what should we change sort of like our whole relationship with how we view houses and how we view ownership?
Well, I think
Yes.
the idea of
Fucking yes.
right to buy for emotional reasons is a nice idea if you can afford it. But I mean, both parties keep telling us that there isn't a magic money tree. They can't afford to keep right to buy in place.
But they keep sending money to fucking Israel, don't they? They keep sending a bunch of money to fucking Israel.
Can we talk a little bit about the legislation?
Always seem to find money for that.
I love talking about legislation.
Well, do you know, actually, they like hearing about legislation. Talk to me about the sort of things, sort of regulations in Europe or legislation that you would be in favour of implementing here.
Yeah, again, it's worth pointing out just how weird Britain is. I mean, you go to almost any city in Europe, they have
money to nuclear submarines that like also don't work.
Some are weaker, some are stronger. The rent controls that exist in Ireland aren't particularly strong. The rent controls that exist in Germany are much stronger. But we're in this very, very weird place where we don't have any limit on how much landlords can try to extract from tenants. So I'm not, for the time being, I'm not hugely fussed about what we steal, what we borrow, and what we implement here, as long as we do something. We can improve it in the future, but take any system you want and bring it here, or restore the one that we had here that worked so well for the best part of the 20th century.
What would be if you had one pick, one bit of legislation that you could implement tomorrow that you've imported in from Europe, what would it be?
Well, it has to be some form of rent control. It is a broad social good. It makes people's lives less miserable. It makes people's lives more affordable. The only people it doesn't benefit is landlords, and I think we can all agree that we're comfortable with that.
Would you get rid of landlording if you could?
You know, it's not a case of abolishing it. You can't pass the Landlord Abolition Act 2024, but what you can do...
I don't think you're thinking big enough.
I agree with her. What are you talking about, Nick? What are you on about?
The point is that the state works in more discrete ways, but it can abolish landlords, and it does abolish landlords. And that was the really interesting point about the 70s, was that the landlords weren't just declining and they weren't just dwindling, but the scale at which they were dwindling was accelerating. And that was to do with state policy. That was to do with high interest rates and rent controls, which meant that it was just simply about...
Right, okay, so he's being a bit of a he's being a bit particular about this. Like, yeah, obviously no one's expecting the No More Landlords bill to go through Parliament, right? But like, yeah, you would abolish landlords by having state-based controls on rent, on how many houses you can own, etc., right? Shit like that. Getting people, you know, literally giving councils more money so that they can buy some of those now empty, well, not empty, but like buying some of those now not landlord-owned homes so that they could be council flats, etc. Right?
Bad idea to be a landlord. You couldn't make any money doing it. So you de-incentivize.
That's what it has to be. De-incentivize it. Yeah.
Activity. Smith would disagree that it is an economic activity, but however you do it, the state, through its policies, can generate a system.
He's probably acting a bit more lib, not to scare people into thinking he's Mao.
I know you touched upon it earlier, but do you
I
think
hate
there
that
is a
kind
way
of
to
shit.
be an ethical landlord?
Oh shit, where's this guy? Where's this guy? Where's this guy from fucking from before?
Do you think there is a way to be an ethical landlord?
No.
Great video. There you go. Great video. Let's just leave it there. I gotta go. I'm tired. I've been live for 4 hours now. I gotta go feed the boy. Gotta go sort him out. Gotta go play with him. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. It's been a really good stream. Really appreciate all of you. Really appreciate all of it. Don't forget to follow if you've come in from the raid and you've been enjoying your time here and you just kind of forgot. Yeah, that no. Yeah, it was so good. He's just like, no. Okay, yeah, good. I think that's where we end it, right? You want to watch the rest of that? Go ahead and check out the pinned video at the top of the stream. That's the video it's from. We're going to go ahead and raid somebody now. Take a little look and see who is streaming. Thanks for the stream. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the donos. Thank you for the raids. Thank you for the follows. Just thank you for chatting away in the chat. Really appreciate that. Let's go and show some love to... We're going to go raid Jeff. It's Jeff Brutlegs. 7-year streamiversary celebration. So we gotta go and show some love to Jeff. He's a wonderful, lovely lad. Yeah. I've known Jeff for some time. Please join me as we raid him. He's doing some just chatting right now. He's only been live for about an hour, so I imagine he's going to be playing some games tonight. Doing some all kinds of content for everybody to enjoy. And, yeah, I hope that you enjoy it too. I will be back on Friday. I'm taking tomorrow off because I got a tenants union thing. Yeah, it's been streaming for 7 years. I've been streaming for 7 years. Gobs, this is what people forget about me. Yeah? This is what people forget. You have a little bit of a break on Twitch, people forget you exist. You know what I mean? That's the problem. Anyway, listen. Enough complaining from me. I appreciate all of you. Every single one of you. Really, really, really appreciate you. Thanks for shitting on landlords. Listen, if you like fucking shitting on landlords, I'm literally a housing activist. You know what I mean? Like, that's every day out here. You've only been here for 3 years. 3 years! Yeah. Anyway, chat, I'll be back on Friday with some Stardew. It'll be early, and then we're going to do the DJ stream, so don't forget that. Also, this Saturday is movie night. I'll see you there. Stay excellent to each other. Thank you for being here. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.
Thank you.